Hello, hello, hello. Let's do it. First stream of 2026. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year indeed. First stream. Let's do it. Let's do it. I bet. Here it is. The very first stream of the year. Man, I hope everybody had a good New Year. Okay. Let's get some stuff. Let's get some stuff going today. Wait a second. Did I forget to update the title properly? Oh, I did. LOL. All right, there you go. Good morning, noob. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Alrighty then. Cool. Dude, it is crazy. It's 2026. Hello. Good morning, Gary. Yo, like, let me ask you a question, noob. Did this year go fast or slow for you? That's why I feel like the question is. The question is basically, did this year go fast or slow? And also, we're going to see if anybody's actually playing beta. I wonder if it's going to be hard to find any potential keys. Well, we have this key over here. We can do this. Let's do this here. Yo, Happy New Year, Yazan. The year went giga fast. I feel like the year went slow for me. So much happened in 2025. Like, an unbelievable amount happened in 2025 for me. You know, so I just feel like it went kind of slow. I also had way too much Thai tea this morning. All right, here we go. Happy New Year, Purple. What's up? You want to play beta? I don't know if anybody's online or not, but I figure we'll see today. Oh man. Also, that last video I posted, it was just a rant on tanking. I wasn't expecting it to kind of get out as much as it did, and I've had a hard time responding. I don't really respond to all the comments. I have been struggling to respond to every comment. It's just cool. Well, that's a new experience. Hey, man. Alrighty, then. Oh. Let's go. 2026. Soon it'll be 2027. Yazan, what's the weirdest thing that happened to you in 2025? Weirdest thing that happened to me. Wow, that's a good question. What is the weirdest thing that's happened to me in 2025? I'm kind of a nostalgic, reminiscent sort of person, so, you know, I tend to think like this. At the end of the year, I'm always reflecting, like, oh, did I have a good year? What do I want to do next year? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you know? You know? Do. Bam. Boom. Bo. Do. Weirdest thing happened to me was some dude insisted on telling. Oh, yeah. That's me. Yeah. Hell, that's me. I do that. I'm just very passionate about the subject. You know what I mean? The thing is, right, I'm just very passionate about the subject. And I think it's important information that everybody knows. It's good to know. It's good to know. That's a brag for sure. Yup. Yeah, I can only pray that this is the same for everyone. This is one of those things where, you know, I can only pray. Hell, if you want to do some beta keys, I think I'm around. I just joined this guy's group. All right, he said he needs a second. List my group. Lee Acer. Oh, what's up, Lee? Lee, hi. Hello. I know you from TikTok. I recognize your name. I've seen your TikToks. Hello there. I didn't know you know my stream. Yeah, I do. I see you. I know you from there. I try my best. I'm not very good at social media, but I try. You know what I mean? Like, I basically, like, I try whenever I see things. I just, like, comment and whatever, though. Oh, do you? Oh, that's cool. It's weird. I'm still, like, new to the fact that people might actually know me. Purple, you want to come heal? Hell, you want to come heal? All right, Hell, you want to come heal or Purple? Who's coming? Up to you. What's up, TH? I really hope people will be making tanking videos in Midnight. I will, 100%. Even if I don't main tank, remember, I always main all three things. So I'll probably play... I sign up? Hell, it's up to you. You think you can heal 15 Nexus, no problem? I think Chicken wants a Nesmo, Mr. Nesmo. He wants a clean run. What do you? And down. And send it. Oh, he'll heal. I bet. I will for sure. I know myself, and I won't ever not tank because tanking is so much fun for me. Like, I'm not gonna not tank, you know. I think that the question is whether or not I'm gonna main tank, as in first week of the season. You only have so much time. You can't get full vaults on every character. What character will I prioritize more than everything else? And that, I'm not completely sold and convinced that I know the answer to that question. So I think that's where potentially I could see myself, maybe I want to main a DPS, but I'll still play tank. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to not tank. I'll always have one tank, one healer, and one DPS. And I'll just decide what it is that I want to have the most fun on, what I think is the most fun, and I'll go from there. For me personally, that's how I enjoy the game. That's how I like to do it. To be fair, Riku, hold up, what's up? Zai Pally left. Nesmo said he's just logging real fast. All right, yo, Purple, we got a spot. Mr. Purple, we got a spot. Nexus 15. Nexus 15. Boom. What tank are you? So, what I'm enjoying right now has so much to do with... It's interesting. What I'm enjoying right now has so much to do with what's powerful. I think that it'll change depending on tuning. For example, I like my Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid doesn't feel great to play in these current dungeons simply because it's not as powerful as Pally or Demon Hunter, you know? So with the idea, I think Nesmo is tanking, so you would come DPS. We got DPS open. So the idea is, I think that would change for me, if that makes sense. But Guardian Druid for sure. If I have to choose the tank, it's Guardian. No doubt about that. It's 100% Guardian first and foremost. Past that point, unsure. Happy New Year, 130. Happy New Year, man. If you're gaming more beta, let me know. I think I haven't seen you on. You're not on right now, right? Yo, but Happy New Year, man. I got you. We still gotta play beta for a little bit. Not gotta, enjoy. I thought about logging into retail. I saw that Che needed a tank for his key that he was stuck in. He was stuck in like a 17 gambit, and I was like, oh, I can just come basically carry that real fast. Like, I can come do that. And then I realized I don't want to play retail. Not yet. I want to save my retail gaming for midnight. And then we go back to retail. Playing like 12 days after weekends. Oh, sure. There'll be tuning by then, too. One thing we're all waiting for, of course, is tuning. We don't have tuning at the moment. In Russia, we have 12 free days. 12 days off? Nice. Guardian for tank. What about healer? This. Yazan. That is a great question. What healer is my favorite healer? I'm torn between Resto Shaman and Prez Evoker. My problem is I like Prez, but I think Prez might not be something that I can... It might be a compromise. I cannot play Prez successfully and also stream at the same time. It is probably the very hardest thing for me to do. Because when I'm streaming, half of my attention goes to hanging out with people and like talking to people, and I really like that about streaming. And when I play Prez, I feel like I gotta lock in. Like, I like it, and it's capable of doing the content, but when you actually have a tough healer season or like a healer check, man, I feel as though Prez can really start to just, you have to lock in and make a plan for things. You can't just spam heal. So I feel like I might struggle. I've noticed that before, that I really enjoy playing Prez, so maybe I'll just play it anyways. But when I do play Prez, I all of a sudden completely forget that I'm streaming. It's like a hard healer to play while maintaining a full conversation, so that's a little, you know what I mean? And so maybe I have to make a compromise about that one. Because healing is actually hard at midnight. It's not... We talked about it on the podcast with LB and Mad Skills and people. Healing feels good right now, to be honest. Like, I don't mind healing. I would say that healing feels better than tanking these dungeons. At the same time... Somebody put the brew here. You know... It is... Maybe not tough. Just... You gotta focus. It's very brain on, you know? Yeah, the podcast is live, TH, it's true. I really liked it. I hope. So I was thinking. Like, I'm not going to do this, by the way. There's no shot I would be able to manage a podcast. But I kind of wish I could. What if I made my own podcast? Ooh. What if I made my own podcast? It's not going to happen. You know how hard it is to actually make a podcast? I think that massive respect to Brutal for actually doing it. I think it is quite difficult to do. A lot of effort goes into that. Also, why is my ping 1,450? What the hell? Is my exit lag not on properly? Let me restart exit lag. What is this? 1,445 ping. Sick. All right, this is what you have to deal with being a Asian gamer. You guys see that? That is about 1,000 too high for what I'm used to. I don't think I could play with 1,450 ping. That's pushing it. I can do a lot of things, but that probably is not going to happen. That's would be pushing it. Yup. You can see because you saw me click on the food and then just like have that. Yeah, 1,558. We're climbing. That's the wrong direction. We need to be going in the other direction, R2. All right, let me restart this here. Exit lag should be applied now, and I'll just disconnect and reconnect. Cool. So, Yazan, I personally don't love Feral. And Feral in Midnight is in a weird spot. I don't know what Feral is supposed to be in Midnight. Yo, I know, Frost. I know. Brand new account here. I think Feral's in a weird spot going into Midnight. Let me see if this worked, by the way. Seems way more stable. I can cast now. Looks like pretty good. Okay. Boomkin is... I'm not sure I love the new Eclipse system, but I could learn it. In general, I don't like Boomkin for keys because I like being a more independent DPS that tends to be a little tankier, a little bit more support-oriented. So I like DK or Mage or something that I can do where I feel more independent and I can help the healer. Whereas Boomkin often feels like I'm getting carried by the healer and I have to make a decision, like, do I greed not going bear form and is my healer going to be able to watch me? So I can't say I'm the biggest fan of Boomy, just for all those reasons, you know? Okay, let's do 15 Nexus. Easiest dungeon, Algothar Academy. Algothar Academy maintains itself as the easiest dungeon and also the most fun dungeon because it is big pulls, pretty consistently big pulls, etc., etc. Yo, what's up, Pop? Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year. Yo, hey, Pop the Squat. How's it going? Long time no see. Happy New Year. Yo, hey, Kurobos. How's it going? We are chilling. I'm going to play some Frost Mage to start with today. Got some Frost Mage gameplay to start with. I should be able to do massive damage, although I'm not sure if I can out DPS a Dev Evoker, who is probably the best one. Hardest dungeon. Dungeons in Midnight have changed. Hey, Curios. So dungeons in the difference of dungeons is that they're all like puzzles. Once you figure them out, they're not so bad. I would argue that this dungeon could be one of the harder ones, but if we all know what we're doing, it won't be that hard. So it kind of depends is actually the answer, you know? I think maybe Magisters is the actual answer to that question, though. Magisters Terrace, I can see that dungeon just having very high tuning checks and absolutely wiping people. Pit of Sauron, second boss, is still going to own people unless they nerf it, which I feel like they will, because that feels like a very easy nerf candidate. But I'm not sure. We'll have to see. What we are hoping for is tuning tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, 3 days from now, January 5th. Let's roll. So this dungeon, if I talk you through the mechanics of this dungeon, you'll be like, wow, there's a lot going on. But once you learn it, it's not so bad. I love this music. There's something so nostalgic about it. Brings me straight back to the vibing days. All right, I don't know what we're pulling. You tried Prez? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I played a lot of Prez on beta, actually. A lot of Prez. Because my favorite healer, and I have the most fun with it, it unfortunately is suffering from the same thing that it's always suffered with, which is that it's not Resto Druid and not Resto Shaman and not the other things.
We have already won.
All right. So the problem with Prez is the fact that it's Prez. And that is pretty much the only issue with it. It's just that. Like, that is actually the issue. Holy shit, I'm so slow. I have no movement abilities. No, I have no movement abilities. Don't kill everything before I actually get there. Whisper. Okay, I can flurry as I'm walking, but that's pretty much it. Boom. I have a feeling that everything is going to die before I even get my cooldowns off. Holy. It's all dead. It's all dead. Holy sh... I'm trying to do damage. This is why I mean when Dev Evoker on their burst lust window, holy shit, they do so much damage right now. You don't even get a chance to do anything. Look, I tried. I tried, guys. So in this pack, we're going to blow through this, but your experience when you first start, this is not going to happen. You will struggle in this dungeon. This is going to be one of those dungeons that you feel is impossible, maybe kind of like Priory, sort of like Floodgate. There's just a lot going on, and you're going to make a lot of mistakes. But once you learn it, it's not so bad. And I actually don't mind that as dungeon design, because that's kind of what they're doing a lot more going into Midnight, it seems to me. Like, their idea is we're going to challenge people based off mechanics instead of just this is so hard. So once you learn it, not that bad. You know, if the healer's prepared for this ramp, it's not technically out-healable, but if you're not prepared for it, then you're going to die. Because your healer needs big cooldowns on each of these Overseers, because they just do a massive AoE, like unavoidable AoE to everyone. But I, as a DPS, had Alter, and then this one I'm going to Barrier, and I'm going to Health Potion if I need to, because I've healed this before, and I know how to help my healer. So we're all going to be okay, even though this is a 15, if that makes sense. But I think that Magisters will probably be the universally hardest dungeon for Pugs. There's just a lot of very punishing mechanics in Magisters. So here I can even slow these mobs because I've tanked this before, and I know that even just taking one less melee will make a big difference. Ray. I don't know how big he's pulling. Probably not much bigger than this. Blizzard. I need to go over here so I don't pull the Seer that's about to roam. Little things like that. Like, there's this roaming dude here, and I know to be DPSing in this corner, so I don't end up pulling that Overseer. Ha! I overtook the Dev. I got him at the last second. Yo, Happy New Year, Coco. What'd you guys do for New Year's? Are we all degenerates who just played WoW for New Year's, or, like, what did we end up doing? I, last night, did not start my New Year did not actually start with World of Warcraft. A change of pace for me, to be sure. I was watching the fireworks from the top floor of my house. I was watching the fireworks, and I had a very Thai New Year because I had red water, they call it, Namdang, which is basically red Fanta. In Thailand, red Fanta is like life, so people take it very seriously, and it's literally called red water. We have like red Fanta. Help, 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 help. This is not the time for me to waste defenses. Nice. Yeah, 20 minutes ago, lots of fireworks. I love New Year's. I really do. New Year's is such a special holiday. There's something about it that it really hits me in the heart, kind of. Yo, Jaboom. Happy New Year, man. I hope everybody has a genuinely amazing New Year celebration. Whatever you decide to do, I hope that you have a omega good time. Whatever it is that you decide to do. Whether you're gaming for New Year's, with your family and friends. Like I said, I think there's something special about this holiday. Oh, my defensive up, sorry. I greeted my damage. You don't understand, I had to greed the cast. I'm a DPS. It's okay. Frost Mage doesn't feel too squishy because at least I have the ability to rotate double ice cold with Alter. Oh, my ping. Alright, speaking of which, I'm gonna Alter now. And then the AoE is coming in a second. So I have Alter to help my healer. And wait for the puddle. And Alter. Oh, he had a plan. Nice job. I'm about to hit the Omega Good bed for work. Dude, you know how before, when I was younger and I wasn't old, what I would do is, man, I would stay up late for New Year's. New Year's was like a, hey, man, we're not going to sleep. We're not going to party. I don't want to party. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is going to be a late night. Bro, I was fucking out. It was, like, midnight, and I was like, oh, my God. It's like 11:30. I'm like, am I going to make it? Oh, I was like, oh, no. Dude, my blizzard. Did you see my blizzard? Just get flipped right there. Yeah, dude, I'm old now. I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't do this. I used to be able so good at like staying up so late. So this mechanic here, as an example, this is not a hard mechanic, but when people don't understand it, they're going to immediately giga die. Because like right now we have no beams out, and it's going to be easy. And the tank knows to move this way, so it's not going to be a problem. But when this dungeon goes live, it's absolutely going to be a problem. Yo, Ollie! Happy New Year. My blizzard again. Why? Why, blizzard? Why? The ability, not the ability, not the company. Both of my instant cast blizzards that are amped through damage and are supposed to shatter this boss have been cast behind me. Alright. Oh, no. Stop. God damn it. This is like the room in Halt of Atonement back in the day. No. Stop. No, don't do it. I need to cast... How do I cast Blizzard? I'm about to die to this mechanic. Blizzard, please. Blizzard. Oh my god. Oh, no! I'm like turning my camera I can't hit Blizzard on this boss. You know what's also bugged on this boss is pets. Pets have an interesting bug on this boss too. Okay. That's 3 times in a row. My damage is in despair. Oh man. That's rough. That's tough. Well, that's not exactly how you want to see though. It's okay. It's not the biggest single target loss. Me getting distracted by it is a bigger single target loss. But my single target should be much higher. There's something about not managing my brain freeze correctly, because when I looked at other Frost Mages, they just had way more flurry single target. So I think I'm supposed to be casting Bolt more, probably, to try to get brain freeze procs. Because flurry does more, or something like that. I'm not sure. Definitely no Blizzard now, though. So he has like 20 stacks, though. Like, here, surely I shatter it. And then Spike. Not sure, though. It's just Bolt, right? Yeah, I think. Hey, Lara. Yo, I hope you had a great New Year. Alright, here's a question. So, New Year's coming up. Midnight's coming out. What do you think you're going to play? 2026 World of Warcraft. What do you think you're playing? I have a few ideas myself, but what do you think you're going to end up playing? I'm keeping up. My Hunter is also keeping up. Good for him. With the 2 OP DPS. Evoker, Prez, Dev, or what? Dev is going to get nerfed, by the way. 100%. Hey, Nacho Fries. Bro, has anyone told you that you have an Omega good name? I don't think I've met a single person in my life who does not like Nacho Fries. And if I met such a person, they would be wrong. Brew 1,000,000 times. Regardless of how good it is. It's 100% brew. That's the answer. I'm banking on Prez. Prez still has the same issue it always has. This is Prez. Like, it's never going to be meta, unfortunately. Big burst. Big burst. Big burst. Big Frost Mage burst. I'm a Blood Vengeance brew main. Are you actually, Lara? I've seen you play VDH before. I don't think I've ever seen you play brew. Hey, Ollie. Ollie, I hope you continue to enjoy. I actually like your Instagram videos. I do. Ollie, I like your Instagram videos where you talk about what creating and stuff means to you. Your 2026 will be fodder meta. Honestly, Bastos? Good choice. I think, and this is a hot take, but I think that if you're trying to do keys and you don't have friends and you cry yourself to sleep at night, you should just play meta. It's a hot take because a lot of people in WoW say, no. Definitely play what you want to play to an extent. But if they don't change how the meta perception is feeling, not playing the game is oftentimes less fun than playing something that's 5% less fun than your main. Hot take. I see the argument. It depends on how you play the game and how you enjoy it. But if you have like 2 specs and you like both of them, one of them is like 5% ahead, but the other one is meta and not, just play the one that people will want. I don't know. I don't foresee it getting better is my problem. I think with the way it's going right now, you're still going to have the spell profile that's needed. You're still going to have certain things that are just inherently better. And I could see it being a problem. Again. But meta perception is just a perception issue. At the end of the day, you can play whatever, even on retail right now, but that's going to be hard. If I play Midnight, I'd probably just go Unholy DK. Did you know that they stealth nerfed Unholy on beta, and that's why it feels kind of bad? 20% supposedly is what I heard. Because it was feeling so good, and I was super enjoying my Unholy. And then they stealth nerfed it or did something to it, and I was like, hey, why am I doing no damage? But I think Unholy would be one of my top choices. If it's tuned okay, I would want to play Unholy. If I was going to go DPS, that's what I would play. They stealth nerfed Survival? What? He's playing Survival right now. Wait, are you in this key and typing to me right now? How did you do that? Lara does that too. I don't know how do you do that? I don't understand how people do that, man. Is he going to pull more? Yeah, okay, let's see. Cooldowns. Something is wrong? Is it like a specific build? So you Ray of Frost, Comet Storm. I've only ever seen Lara pull this off. Like just successfully blasting keys while somehow typing in her chat at the same time. It is incredibly skilled. There's no way I could do it. So many people care about meta, but only a fraction will actually play it. So the hot take is that meta doesn't matter. But that's why when I talk about meta, it's perception of meta that matters. The perception of meta absolutely does matter because people will dramatically change how you play the game. Like how much you can play the game based on the perception of meta. Does that, you know what I'm talking about? Like, at an actual reasonable way of talking about the game, it doesn't really matter. It can't matter, sure. But you don't have to play meta. It's just that people think you have to play meta. And so they won't take you and give you a shot. And you don't even get a chance to play off meta. And that's what the meta really is at WoW. You know? I'm going to hold cooldowns. Definitely not setting here. I'm assuming we're going up. Well, he wants these guys. Okay, interesting. And then watch the casters in the back. If those casts go off, people die. Trinket here, Ray. Good Silent Sigil. Whoops. I can't see if the cast is on me, so I have no way. I have aggro. I have defensives. Ooh, my Frost Mage burst was so high I actually took aggro. I could have mirror imaged. I got this. I just got big blink. I will say Mage feels its best. I supernova this. Easy. Mage feels its absolute best when you can do some Giga Ultra Time Blink shenanigans. That's why it feels best to me, though. I'm going Bear and maybe Elemental. I'm going to go Bear. I just hope the tuning on it allows me to play it in a way that I enjoy. I don't want to play Bear if it's, like, bad. Because Bear... It'll always... With the new talents of Bear, it'll be able to live anything. You can live any key on Bear, but I just think it'll feel kind of anti-fun to play. Ooh, I forgot. Is anyone logging this? I did not start my combat log today. I forgot. Okay, I send one Ray here for sure. What do you miss most about the US? My family. Family. Super. That's it, though. I love living in Thailand. Thailand is great, but I miss my family. I wish I could see them more. If I had infinite money, I would probably take more flights or pay for them to come out here. If I had if I could just pay for plane tickets whenever, I would see my family more. But there's not really much else. Maybe dogs. There are more dogs in America. Like, people have dogs, so when you go on walks, you can pet the dogs. Do they watch your stream also? Actually, sometimes, yes. They stop by and say hi sometimes. It's very cute. Do you remember the music video for the song we're listening to right now? You can't hear it if you're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you have to come to either the green platform or the purple platform if you want to chill with music. But I'm listening to a very nostalgic playlist that has just been... It's the only thing I've been feeling like listening recently. Every single place you ever go to has positives and negatives. There's no place that's truly perfect. No, yeah, so like basically, 30 Seconds to Mars had a long time ago, the best music videos known to mankind. They were unbelievably omega giga. Because for the time period, it was like, what? What do you mean? And they produce these like short films. You can just stay here with us. You don't actually need to take this out. Yeah, they produce these like short films. And I don't know how to describe them exactly, but they were really cool. Okay, I'm going to try to save some single target bursts for the boss and not pad on the ads that are about to come out. I'll get one of these kicks. Yo, what's up? Chin up. Dude, I should do more chin ups. Does anyone ever comment on that when they see your name? They're like, oh, I should do chin ups. That's what I feel like when I see your name. Okay, I'll pre-barrier. And then here. So you get a massive damage amp, you lust. You go boom, boom, boom. Ray of Frost, Comet Storm, and then I'm trying to greed this orb. I'm just a second off Glacial Spike, Blizzard, and more flurries if possible. Ice Lance, Ice Lance, Ice Lance. I'm going to Health Potion just in case. Can't die on the burst. And that was decent. Yeah, pretty good. That was not bad. That was not bad. I think that's overall, that's current right now. Pretty decent single target burn. Just got to keep it up. Nah, it's okay. I had my Wisdom Tooth out like a few weeks ago, and I thought I was tough. All I can say is that I was like, I'm going to be fine in 3 days. And it turns out I was not fine in 3 days. I luckily did not get like a dry socket or anything, but... Ugh. Ugh. You know. Let's just say I'm not a Wisdom Tooth enjoyer. And I'll take the wisdom loss of not having it. I don't quite have my flurry set up perfectly here. I can shatter, flurry. Not bad. But this boss is going to be weird in keys. Hi, buddies. I think the H-Priest was clean there. Wait, which H-Priest? Happy New Year, buddies. What did you do to celebrate New Year's? I had a red Fanta, which is like Thai water. They literally call it, I didn't actually know this until yesterday. They call it Thai, it's like red water. The name for red Fanta is red water because of how common it is here. I did not know that. No need to defensive this. If anything, save your defensive for Supernova that cast perfectly. Boom. Nice right here. One more burn phase. Is it not New Year's yet? I thought it was New Year's there already. No? Oh my god, this nostalgic song. This is the song right here. But you watched the New York one? Wait a second. What's the time difference? It's okay. Yeah, it's H-Pal. You got the H part right, but it is an H-Pal that is healing this. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Just fair warning to everybody, I'm turning this up. The song that we're listening to right now, I gotta turn this up ever so slightly. Yeah, mate. Is the boss dead? Yeah, this song deserves more attention. Blast it. We're blasting it just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll click on this thing too. This song. It gives me so much vibes, this song. Yo, Iniyama, thank you for the sub. I'm glad you like me blasting to nostalgic music, because that's the plan today. No, my Blizzard cast it away from the bombs. My brother sang this song when he was a teenager. It was his first ever music performance that I saw live. I distinctly remember he blasted this song. He sang it. He couldn't remember the lyrics. He was like 13 or something. And for his school performance, he couldn't remember the lyrics, so he printed out pieces of paper, if I remember correctly, and he taped them to the stage floor so he could read them as he was singing it live on stage. And he had like black eyeliner and everything. He had the whole shebang. Defensive. So Frost Mage feels pretty decent considering I'm still not that good at it and I'm kind of learning it a little bit, but Frost Mage feels pretty good right now. Relatively simple, straightforward to play. No, I don't think you can outrange that. Sounds a bit quiet. Now I did turn it back down. Normally I don't have my music that loud, you know. But yo, thank you for the Prime sub. I look forward to 2026. Part of me feels like I sort of can't believe that I'm here. Like, not in like a really negative way. I was just, man, this 2025 started off so rough for me, and somehow we're here in 2026. I guess another reminder that sometimes you just need to get through the bad times, and look it. If you're here, you win. Do do do. I mean, that's how it is. I think it's so easy to be hypercritical of yourself and just think like, oh, I could be doing more, I could be doing better, or I could be doing, and it's like, yeah, but you're still here, right? So you win. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it is. And if you change that metric, you'll probably also feel a lot happier. I don't know. I'm like a perfectionist, so I always compare myself and I think, I just wish I could do more. I wish I could be doing this or that, or I should be spending my time, you know, building this, or I don't know, whatever. I just think I'm getting older, so I'm not okay with doing as little as I was before. But I don't think it helps me. Like, I don't think that mentality actually makes me more productive. I think it makes me more destructive. Inevitably. And I think it's better to think, yeah, I could do more, but I'm doing enough. Try. Constant battle. Well, one thing I'm very excited about is making more World of Warcraft content. I have some very cool ideas. I just have to wait a little longer because they're only going to come to fruition. Big defensive, 80% DR. Be fine for a second. These swarms are no joke, though, and you normally can't face tank them. So, are we in combat with that? We don't need these anymore. You don't have to pull any of this anymore. Normally, you don't have to clear the sides. You just find them in the middle. Did you give your house love? What do you mean? In game or in real life? Like the new house? Because I moved into a new house in real life. But if you're talking about in game, I have not actually started my house though. Oh, in game? No, I just am playing beta. Housing was not meant for me. I had such a great start to the year too. What'd you do for New Year's, Lona? Did you spend it with family? I'll like your lighting. Thank you. There's currently no lights on right now, just a window to my right. It's not perfect, but once again, doesn't need to be perfect. I can't quite get the single target on Frost Mage perfect yet. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's something to do with brain freeze. Housing is a one-time thing, no? Like, I think people have been working on their house pretty much perma since it came out. There are some people who love it to the extent that they will literally do nothing else except work on their house. But there's some mechanic with... Okay, so that shattered all of them. I think I'm supposed to go into each Comet Storm with full freezing stacks. Something like that. Okay, which one? This one? That's gonna be a really funny mechanic that you can technically cheat this whole mechanic by just pinging the boss beforehand. I went for an amateur orchestra. Wait, what? An amateur orchestra? That's kind of cool. Alright. I wasn't expecting that. And then I hosted them till 7 a.m. Holy. I'm too old for that now. I was asleep by 1. Yeah, I was asleep by 1. I didn't even stay up, I don't think. As funny as that sounds. I was not awake very long last night. So Comet Storm shatters all of my freezing. I want to go into each Comet Storm with 20 stacks. That is something I was not doing before. Because that's what I've noticed there. So each Ray of Frost, you want 20 stacks of freezing going into it. Or just shy of it, because I think Ray gives you some. And then you basically just want to build to... You can't get cooldown on Ray of Frost. I have barrier up. And here. Asking for whatever. What's your favorite color? Pink. Pink's my favorite color, bar none. Pink's best color. So yeah, you build to 20, and then you shatter it with this. Yeah, like that or something. But that one didn't shatter all the way, so I'm a little confused. Pink. Like a bright pink. Just a happy color. I like happy colors, so some people like yellow or this or whatever. In terms of what my fashion style is, it's always black. I don't know how to wear anything other than black. I have like one white tank top, and every time I wear it, my nips show, and I'm just like, oh, this is weird. Quickly using that for your cat tower. Have you seen my cats, Laura? Laura, have you seen my new cats? Yeah, you don't know my cats? Hold on, wait, hold up. Yeah, I got 2 Wookiee cats. Yep. Since I moved into the house, I have cats now. I'm a cat dad. Here. GG's. Nobody logged that, right? So there, Flurry was a little bit higher now, and that felt a little bit better. Shatter was... the way I've seen most Frostmage plays, that Flurry is even higher than Shatter now. So, interesting. Yeah, dude, they're adorable. And they're also sonic weapons. Holy shit. They're so loud. Souls want a game? Yo. Let's go. What do you want to play? What you playing? Let's see what Souls wants to play. My Frostmage is a spec that I could bring to 15, 16, 17 if we want to go higher beta keys today. Alternatively, I could tank. I don't mind. Yeah. Massive difference. Hell, it's a crazy difference. Yo, what's up, E. Latham? Yo, I recognize you from a different person's stream. Hello there. We're deciding what else to test. My Frostmage feels a little better. Overall, looks something like this. I kind of am curious. I could get a little bit more out of Frost for sure. If I keep testing it, I could probably get like 10% more, I think. But I might go tank. I want to test out not Aldrachi, but I'm thinking I want to test the Annihilator Vengeance Demon Hunter. If So's DPSs, I wouldn't mind testing Annihilator VDH, potentially. That they stealth nerf survival in the last 30 hours. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they've done some stealth tuning to beta while we've been waiting. Because we expect a tuning pass in about 4 days, right? Hey, Luna, how's it going? Happy New Year, Happy New Year. I just hope everybody has a fucking Giga 2026. Alright, I'll hop over. Am I tanking? Okay. I tank, I guess. I tank, So's plays his mage, and Hell, you want to come heal my tank? But I might test a spec that is... I haven't played it since the first week of beta. We'll see. Alright, cool. Purple, you want to come? We might have to leave Nesmo here, though. You feel really good about 2026. I like to hear that. That's a good thing to hear. You know why? Here's why. I don't know. When I look at the world, it kind of feels like everything is heading in a really negative direction. Do you feel that? I feel that. I feel like things are heading in kind of a weird direction. I don't like this playlist. This is better. This is my last resort. That's better. So if I want to play not Aldrachi, but Annihilator, I have to start gaming Annihilator better. You need to not finish it till after April. Why April? I think it's so easy. I mean, even I have a little bit of a cynical view about how the next year might go. There are a lot of things that concern me about the world. But you know what? Overall, I'm excited. Okay, so if we want to play, we need Revel. So you need to path through Revel. I wonder if you just drop chains and you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 here. I have to drop Fallout plus 1 Painbringer. No, because you need to path through here. What am I missing? You don't drop Feed the Demon, of course. You pick up Revel by dropping... No. What am I missing here? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember this build. You play Soul Barrier? Yeah. But how do I pick this up again? I think I want Revel, man. Where you live, man, you do late streams? Oh, I live in Thailand. Ha! Yeah, time difference is crazy. Drop Tempered Steel. I'm just kind of looking here. You drop Tempered, but then how do you need Spite? You're not going to drop... But you need to path through there. I had this build before. I was just trying to remember exactly what it is that I did to path. But you really want Revel. No. Revel for Annihilator is not useless. Revel for other things is useless. I don't mean, maybe you drop Cheat. I don't really want to drop Soul Crush. I don't think so. I mean, where it was before at the very least. In the first week of beta, Revel was huge. I guess Soul Barrier is not a bad choice here. I might have just DC'd. 1 second. No, I see good things around me. Yeah. I think it's better to view the world like that. Oh, my WoW just absolutely crashed. Hold up. WoW crashed. 1 second. Bear back. It doesn't want me to play VDH, apparently. Yo, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ash. Hold up. Music's too screamy. I want to change it to vibe music. Let's go here. That's enough Demon Hunter for one day. GG's for next. Apparently. Let me look at it though. I think you might drop Cheat. Could see that. You still don't play Fell Dev Talents, do you? On Annihilator? Okay. No. I feel like you actually really, Fallout would be more helpful on Annihilator than it would be for Eldrachi, because you can consume with Bomb. So you want to go 1 and then 2. This would be the easiest way to do it, and just keep this. But if I really want Revel, which I do, I'm not sure what I would do to drop it. Dropping this feels troll as hell. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. There's like, I'm just missing 1 talent. Did they change it? I swear I was able to do this, man. You don't need Sigil of Spite? Oh, so you actually do potentially drop Spite as Annihilator, huh? Then you could do this. I'd be down to look at this. Key preference? 15 Nexus? Don't do Nexus again. 15 Nexus maybe? What about this? What about this tree? Still have cheat, drop chains, drop Fallout, drop, this is weird, but I mean, this weird as hell. Yeah, I don't know if this would be worth playing or not, but technically speaking, this would work. I don't know, it's a cook. It's a cook, man. It's a cook. I feel like I'm curious to tank Nexus on this. What's up, Quizzle? Works, but Fallout is very good. So Fallout, because you could just... Yeah, basically, what you would have to do with Fallout is just... You could instantly get your bombs out. And no Sigil of Spite means... It's going to take me a second, though. Happy New Year's, Quizzle. Happy New Year's, Happy New Year's. How do I generate before I hit meta? Because you want to be 6 souls, Spirit Bomb, then meta as... This, I don't know, I'm so used to Eldrachi, this is going to be weird for sure. It's going to be weird for sure. But I swear it's going to work. Kind of curious. Well, let's try it, Probably can't go bad. Demon Hunter's pretty tanky. Worth a shot. Hey, Quizzle. Happy New Year, man. Is it New Year's for everyone now? Has everyone gotten there? Because it's 2 p.m. for me, which means that it's New Year's in LA in 2 minutes. For all the West Coast enjoyers, it is going to be New Year's in 2 minutes, I believe. Hey, Ghost. What's up, Ghost? I don't know. I'll be curious about it. Try it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. It barely does anything. 1 hour, 2 minutes for you. Hawaii is like the last. Oh, I guess. Let me see. So if I don't need Revel, keep in mind that a lot of these can be swapped around. Then you basically have 3 points to swap around. Yeah, I guess. In 2 minutes is New Year's. Where are you right now, Luna? How is your 2026 starting? Thai food is one of your favorite dishes, by the way. Thai food is amazing. If you came to Thailand, one of the things, this is like one of the best countries to eat your way through. Eating your way through Thailand is so good. If you're just gonna, like, you just come here and you just basically massively just eat. You like, do whatever you gotta do to manage this, and you just actually do this. The thing is, Lara, is I do this all the time. I am a notorious build cooker. I cannot help myself. It simply is the way it is. I just cook, man. Can't help it. All right, let's see who we got for this. But also, let me bring it into a 15. Let me not bring this into a 10 or a 12. Like, let me challenge it appropriately and see. I'll die if I'm not playing well. 100% you die in Nexus 15 with certainty if you're not playing extremely, like, on top of it. So if I'm going to test this, I might as well test it in a proper environment. And I'll let you know after that if it works, basically. That's the only way we're going to learn. Nightstorm, Happy New Year, man. Okay, hold on, wait, question. You play World of Warcraft? Yes? Everybody here? There's no way anybody's watching this stream, but you don't play WoW, right? Everyone here plays WoW? Just say something if you don't play WoW. I have questions for you. If you do not play World of Warcraft and you are watching right now, I am curious. I have questions. Because something that is infinitely curious to me, man. You really, Quezzle? Okay, all right. May I ask you a question? What brought you here today? But I'm considering getting into it. Oh, that's the first time I've ever heard that. You've been... So wait. You're into Fellowship, and because you're into Fellowship, you want to get into WoW. It's supposed to be the other way around. No way. It's funny that you say that, because when Fellowship came out, we all thought people would move from WoW to Fellowship, and it kind of happened, but not really. So it was a concern, but it's not that big of a deal. Are we getting the Evoker back? I think he might be with Nesmo. Oh, you guys list. Nightly with some friends, we just hit nice. Congratulations. I don't actually know exactly what that is, because I never played Fellowship. I'm our tank Mako, and it's been a good time. Oh, I'm so curious. If you do get into WoW, I really, really, really want to know your thoughts. If you do decide to start World of Warcraft, I would be omega curious to hear what you think compared to Fellowship. I would want to know. Be very curious. At home, I stay home every year and have been for too long. By the way, Happy New Year, Luna, at this point. Getting behind the wheel? Yeah, that's fair. Yep, makes sense. I'm a homebody. I don't like going out for big holidays. Big holidays are scary. Everything's too busy. There's just too much going on, you know. I specifically on holiday do not want to go out. That's the best time to stay home with your loved ones and your pets or whatever. It's like Legion initially kind of, I suppose you too. Right. And honestly, I want WoW to have that, by the way. I think that WoW should have more stepping stones throughout its dungeon progression. One of the weird things about WoW is that it does not have stepping stones. And it should. Yo, what's up, Ghost? I found you through Brutal Static Podcast. Oh, hey, I hope you liked it. I like that. I like being there. Anytime I get the chance to talk about WoW, I'm pretty happy. That's my favorite thing to do. I really enjoyed being on his podcast, so much so that I was like, man, I should make my own podcast. And then I was like, nope, never mind. He puts so much work into it, and I hope he has massive success with it. It's not easy to coordinate schedules and do all the back-end stuff of running a podcast. It's hard. I genuinely hope that he has all the success that he deserves from it, though. Pretty much, yeah. I have been playing, because I have an older brother. So when I say I've been playing since vanilla, you have to realize that I was but a wee lad. I was a small child, and I was playing through vanilla, as in I farmed for my brother. My brother was older than me and could actually play the game, so I was playing in vanilla, right? Like, because I basically was just like sitting there doing things for my brother back in the day, you know? So I didn't really get to experience Classic in the same way a lot of other people did, because if you're... Exactly, right. That's right, Ghost. If you're a little young, you kind of get to enjoy it, but you don't really get to engage with the game in the same way. Happy New Year to everyone. I think it's New Year's for almost everyone now, except for Adams, apparently. Yeah, I do. I think he is good at it as well. His podcast is amazing. What's cool, Luna, is that I was watching his podcast before he reached out to me to be on his podcast. I had watched episode 1 and then episode 2 because YouTube recommended it to me. And then all of a sudden, I was on it. And I was like, wow, that's cool. I thought it was very cool. I hope people like our episode. Okay. I think now that we are Eternals, the first time we ever felt like we can't make any mistakes or we splat. So it's probably around Fellowship starts to feel like double-digit Mythic Keys. Mythic Keys are very dependent on skill. I would say, depending on who you talk to, Quezzle, some people will say that that level is a plus 10. Some people would say it's a plus 12. Some people say plus 15. If you're a tank player, I feel like it's around 15, 16, 17. where you really start to feel like you're giga punished for making a simple mistake. In my opinion, it's around that level where that really matters. I think, though. You just want to farm the pretty dresses and mounts. Do you have a favorite transmog in a game? Yeah, it might take a second to find some people for a beta. Are you enjoying the game more or less now that it has gotten to that point? Do you think the game is better for being that difficult, where you can't make any mistakes, or do you think it's just the same, out of curiosity? Because I've been thinking a lot about WoW and what would make the game better. And I've been torn because I made a video 2 days ago just about, should tanking be easier? Maybe, or just should tanks be more powerful, less weak? And a lot of people were like, no, the game shouldn't be easier. We want it to be hard. I'm curious about that perspective. I used to be a multi-role GM League player, and I really enjoy the challenge of playing in high elo. Fair enough. Fighting games have always been giving me the same challenge, and that's been fun too. Tanked his first plus Phoenix according to Thumbnail. Hey. Good for him. I want to reconnect with him. I don't actually see him on beta that often anymore. Nesmon is Monk. And we've got everybody on beta who's going to be here. 15 on Nexus. Need DPS. I hope I can. And I have some ideas. Make some cool guide content soon. Okay, I'm excited. I want to tank a key now. If I'm going to tank, I'm ready. I'm ready. Hi, Ash. I think I'm just starting to get hard enough where I need to be very locked in on piloting your character. All good. Happy New Year. People want it to be a little less stressful. I think it has to do with the roles. I still think it's a role-dependent thing. Yeah. What I was thinking, and in the video when I was responding to people, good night popped. When I was thinking about this, I realized that the perspective should be clarified. For existing tank players and for a lot of people, I could 100% understand the fear of if tanking was too powerful, or should tanks do big damage, and that's not why I play tank, etc., right? I see that perspective. But then I think, how do I get new players into tanking? And I just think that if tanks blasted damage, more people would play it. Because at the end of the day, it's fun to play the game, but it's also fun to do big damage numbers. To do big numbers is very fun, you see? I feel like that is a pretty critical part of enjoying World of Warcraft. Just enjoying any game. As a healer, big healing numbers. As a tank, big damage numbers. It's not the crux of tanking. Like, tanking should be about, doing a good job, leading your team, etc. But I don't think there's any motivation for new players to try it aside from queue times. You might have an easier time getting into groups. But aside from that, why would somebody try tank? What is it that draws people to the role without it being powerful? If tanks are weak, especially. If tanks are at least powerful, then it kind of makes more sense. So that to me makes more sense if tanks felt powerful. But if you're struggling on a tank, bro, I don't think that's very fun gameplay. I don't know. In general, I don't think it's going to solve the tank shortage or get new people into it. On Fellowship right now, Quezzle, after it being out for a while, my question for you is there a healer or a tank shortage or a DPS shortage? What is the hardest role to fill in Fellowship right now? Good question. I've never played it, so I don't know. What does it feel like you're always needing? Like, oh, I'm in queue, we're waiting, we're trying to find X. What is that? In WoW, it's tanks and healers. Very rarely is a DPS, although at the moment, we cannot find a DPS for this. Because it's beta. Not a lot of people play beta. Alright, so this Revel build is going to be weird, but hopefully this works. I think tanks are easy. Stop Executioner. You get punished so hard in keys you die, basically, yeah. Also, howdy. That's... Did you watch my video about it? It's 100% tank shortage. Okay, there you go. Did you, by any chance, Executioner, catch my video about tanking? I made a little rant video recently on YouTube, and it was just talking about... I like tanking. Okay, if you're interested, there's like a 10-minute rant video, and there's been a lot of conversation about it. I'll link it here. It's just... It's one of those things where... How do you get new players into tank? The main question I have is, how do you get new people to try tanking? That is the problem. Maybe more than anything else, that is the real issue. It's not necessarily how do you make tanks fun for me or for you. You play at a high level, I play at a high level. If Quezzle comes to WoW, then Quezzle will play at a high level. So the question is not how do we help tanks for us, because maybe we're all just, we enjoy the leadership role, probably. But the question is, how do you get new players into tanking? And I still think that you have to make tanks feel omega powerful. And then when you min-max, like basically, if you're at, you said Eternal 5, right? If you got 5 levels higher than that, it doesn't matter what you're playing, it's hard. You have to min-max at that level regardless. I'm the sort of person where when I'm going to sleep at night, right? It seems like no one... Exactly. But the thing is, they either make it more support, which would work, actually. I actually think that would work. Somebody asked me, if threat wasn't a mechanic, but tanks did 90% less damage, would you play it? I'd be like, oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough question. No, personally. I think I would want support roles at that point. Yo, what's up, Dian? Yo, hello, hello. So I've just been thinking about what would draw people to tanking. And I do think that tanks should do a lot of damage. It may not be for me or for you, but I do think if you went into a poll and your tank was like topping the meters, I feel like somebody would say, I want to try that. I think that's what happens with DPS. You see a mage do more damage than you and you're like, I want to try that. And it just, that's how it works in WoW. Like big number equals big dopamine. And people like big dopamine because we're all kind of depressed a little bit. Life is a little hard. Although I'm actually a very optimistic person. You know, our brains are craving happiness and nostalgia. We wish that we were on the cul-de-sac from 20 years ago. Maybe even playing a little game of basketball outside or loading up classic WoW and then drinking a Capri Sun after spending a day at the pool. But we're not. Now we're adults with bills. Unfortunate. But... Yeah, basically. Well, no, because all you have to do is cap it. You just cap it. You literally just cap it to say you can't start a key with 2 tank specs. There's no reason you couldn't arbitrarily make it so you simply cannot start a Mythic Plus key with more than 1 tank spec. I can't. There's like 1 or 2 niche scenarios where that wouldn't happen. There's like one or two reasons I could see why that would be annoying for carry runs or for this or whatever, but mostly you just make it so you have to have 1 tank and you just start a key like that. Hardspin tanking is knowing all the routes. I have a theory about routing that I think would help a lot. And I don't, again, see why they couldn't do this necessarily. Have you guys ever played RPG games, like action-adventure role-playing games? You know how AARPGs have transparent map overlays? Like Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I tested Blood DK before the nerfs, and I did 1 key after nerf, and I just never tested it again. It got heavily nerfed because it was bugged and doing too well. Do you remember transparent map overlays? Yeah, so what if the tank had somewhere on their screen, they could position it, and it would be easy to just drag and drop. You could make it big or small, could be top right, could be the mini map size like this, could be huge on your screen, and it just highlighted the route that you wanted. You could pre-put the route, and you just highlighted it. wouldn't that wouldn't that just be like almost routing issue is almost just done solved? And give or take, maybe you could put, if you wanted to customize it, you could put 5%, 3%. You could just put like this pack is worth 7% or whatever, right? And you could have an easier time understanding what's going to add to your key. A key like Mysara Caverns is weird because you can pull a pack, but it's only 2%. And so oftentimes you get to the end and you're like, oh, we need 5% still. But you wouldn't know that as you go through it. Your Mythic Aunt, oh, that was perfect. You could do like yeah, exactly. But you input it beforehand. You could copy paste the code and you just put it in and just whatever. Yeah, so it's super weird. There's literally no DPS applying right now. Strange. I suppose it is. Wait. What do we just do? 12? We can do 12s. That's fine. You can go send 12. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. It is New Year's in America now. Happy New Year's, everyone. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm testing kind of a cooked build, anyways. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about? Like a transparent, though. Does it feel better or worse? Blood DK? Ooh. Playstyle-wise or tuning-wise? I'm enjoying a lot. I'm almost 3,700 in 3 weeks. Better because you have less setup globals. And I think that the simplification for tanks really benefited Blood DK. Although if you genuinely love how complicated it is right now, it's not that complicated. It's just basically walking into a pack, right? Walking into a pack, you have competing globals. You have one of 4 choices. And depending if you want to min-max your damage, min-max your aggro, min-max your tankiness, you have to make a choice about what button you hit, right? That is an interesting part of Blood DK that currently does not exist as much on beta. So I like that personally, where basically you walk in and you don't have to think about it. Yes. But it does still feel exactly like a Blood DK. So when I'm tanking a pack, even if I'm tuned powerfully, I'm still very much, I miss the Death Strike, I'm dead. Death Strike feels a little weaker, which I don't love, but it cleaves, which is very nice. Yeah, well, they took away CDR on every tank. Prot Pally doesn't have CDR anymore either. And CDR was the main thing that they targeted with the pruning because it was a huge skill divider between high-level players and low-level players is understanding CDR. So they took it away from Pally. They took it away from, Fire Mage lost CDR on Combust. That's got to be one of the most iconic things. So that's interesting, you know? I tried saying if I didn't need to be the leader and know everything. Right? I feel like the conversation on tanking gets put in the wrong direction. Microgrid. I feel as though the conversation to tanking, we keep talking about what would be the best for the people who already tank. But I actually think that the way to solve tanking is to make it more appealing for those who don't tank. Right? Like, I think that's actually what you do, and then at the highest key level, we'll just make it hard for ourselves regardless. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, we don't need the tuning, even for anybody who does above a 12 as a tank player will figure it out, genuinely, and I mean this to an extent, within some reason. You know, but yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? No, you can invite either of those people. Just take one. There's a conversation around whether easier characters should be stronger, not for balance purposes. Yeah, exactly. It's that same conversation basically. Is the routes, but you know what I'm talking about when I say the transparent map overlay, for ARPG. Images. Let me make sure this is not weird. I'm trying to think about D2R. You know, D2R transparent map overlay. I just play D2 and I like D2. All right, this is not a good example. It's the only photo I can find right now for some reason. I don't know why I can't find a better one. This is too big. But like, this would be kind of good, wouldn't it? Let me just show you what I mean by this. Window capture, don't leak the Discord DMs here. Something like this. This is way too big, by the way. This is significantly too large, and you would make it much smaller. But like, you're here, you can see where you are. Maybe I would make it definitely cleaner than this. This is a 25-year-old game now, but you just see where the packs are. You just like, we're here, we have a little thing, and it just says 7%, 3%, whatever, and you just basically and have it highlighted, right? And you know what I mean? And you just, this guy's name is Fap of the Heavens, which is funny. You know what I mean? So you just, whatever it is that you need to highlight, just some system like this, I feel like that would go a long way. Because the overwhelming majority of people who tell me they're scared of tanking, the reason they're scared of tanking is routing. Even though, as a career tank, routing is no problem. Routing is the thing I think about the least. Honest to God, routing is not something I consider. You learn it, you kind of understand it. I play beta, so by the time live comes out, I have zero thoughts about routing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely don't consider it. It's all good. However, it is the vast majority of people will struggle with routing. They don't play beta. They don't have any like, it's the first time you're seeing a dungeon, and there's a ridiculous, this is one of the hardest things. Later in the season, after you've been playing for a bit, it's easier. Holy with respect, I'm just gonna drop it. Yeah, that's fine. Holy fuck, it's so toxic. It's unbelievably toxic. First week of the season, you're learning live as a tank player, right? Like, you walk into the dungeon and you're trying to learn it the same as everyone else, but you're somehow expected to already know what's happening. And it's not cool, genuinely. Does that make sense? Like, it's because like you have, everybody's learning it, but DPS get to walk in and be like, oh, what's this? But you as a tank don't get to do that because your whole thing is pre-mitigation and knowledge. You pull the wrong thing, there's no recovering. You don't mitigate the hit, you're dead. So it's like really difficult, I think. And the disparity between those two things is not to be underestimated. All right, what am I playing here? Hey, Soz, what VDH trinkets do you think are, what are actually people playing? I don't know. I haven't taken a look recently. Is this Paw? I haven't played VDH in a bit. It was one of the first things I tested a lot first few weeks, and I think it's changed a bunch. Any ideas, Soz? In Dragonfly, when I tank in your pally for a few weeks, I told the players I'm new to tanking. That's Luna. At some point, by the way, somebody asked me a question, and they said, what can I do to ease myself getting into the tank, right? And I said, okay, do you know what the best advice is? This one? Everybody's playing this. Really? It's got mastery on it, though. And I think that one of the best things is just open party chat and tell people, hey, I'm learning. Little Pickle! Little Pickle! Oh my god, Little Pickle. I have something. No, I can't tell you that. Never mind. Little Pickle, you triggered a memory that I immediately was just like, holy goddamn. That's right. Ugh. You've triggered a memory. Happy New Year, Little Pickle. Like, you think you know a good route and the season goes on? Yeah, you can level up the route. But, also, I mean, there will be a drop-down menu. You can choose learning. So, the learning key, and I think that if you just open party chat, the reason that tanks and healers have such a problem is generally expectation. You're sort of expected to know everything. What if you weren't expected to know everything? And you could tell people that you were learning. I think that people would not yell at you as much. Permafrost Essence. You're not playing the Paw anymore? Alright. Alright, I'm not really that worried about it, to be honest. What's Permafrost? I've seen this before, but I don't know if I really like it. Alright, well. No, just play whatever. Well, we try it. I haven't tried this yet. I'm gonna try this trinket. I only really want to test things that are from keys because I'm not getting any raid trinkets early on. Okay, Nexus. Did we say what level we're doing, by the way? Jordan's are totally okay with the tank learning. Yes. And unfortunately, the loudest players are the ones who are going to be negative. Yo, great. I like how she live did time difference. You test Windwalker. Ooh, Idle. No. I haven't tested Windwalker myself, by the way. Yeah. I have not tested Windwalker. I do like Monk. So I have a Mistweaver and Brewmaster made. I could test Windwalker at any point, but I have not yet. I would be curious. Windwalker needs tuning. I've seen other people play it, and I've seen people who are very good play it, and they're not good right now. The hardest thing, though, is just how do you deal with the toxicity in WoW. That is still the hardest part of it. Ready. Ooh, food. Nice. Are you not a little burnt out of WoW? I never burn out on WoW. I just play alts. If I ever burn out on WoW, it's because I'm playing something else. Like, I just start playing a DPS or a healer or a different tank or whatever. That's what keeps the game fresh for me. I don't know how people play just one spec all the time. I'd burn out if I did that. I have my favorites, and then I try something I'm not used to. Like this build I'm about to cook right now. Never tried it. I don't have time to keep up with the meta routes. I think that meta routes for a lot of key levels are overrated anyways. Come play Ashes of Creation. Really? I don't tend to play other games. We'll see. Maybe tempt me in a month. We'll see. But right now I'm still really enjoying beta. Why did I move to Thailand? I moved to Thailand because it wasn't something I planned on doing. Thailand was not a choice that I really thought about. It was an intuition thing. Because I had never actually been here before. I didn't know anyone in Thailand. Before I moved here, I literally knew nothing. I had zero knowledge of Thailand. But I was here for a week. I had a return flight. And there was something about the culture and the people that I had just never really witnessed before, man. Yeah, I went for a holiday, and basically that was 8 years ago. Straight up. Yes, if you're running 19s plus, but most people don't run 19s plus. There's something about it. Where are you from, Tuna? Basically, I feel like the question is really, where are you from? Because for me, I'm from the US. And in the US right now, there's just a fundamental kind of issue. Hold up. Let me fiery brand here. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, I completely forgot how to play VDH. LOL. And then you just bomb again. No, not cleave. I need to build the souls. Without Fallout, that feels a little weird, to be honest. And then you just go here, silent sigil, and everything's good. Yep, easy enough. All right. And then you just reset the bomb here. Bro, VDH is crazy. I messed up the gather there, and even with that gather, the question is how much damage am I doing? These are HPS right now. I want to take a look at the damage. Where's my glaive? It is bound to R. Holy, I almost jumped into that. Okay, so bomb, first global, boom, pray for resets, sigil here. I have no silence. I have no grip. And then probably just send fiery brand on this mechanic. I'm giga curious about this VDH gameplay. I might have to lock in just a little bit. But then you want to build for... I think without Fallout, maybe I do need Fallout and drop Revel. Curious. Oh, people are happy in Thailand. I don't know if you're from the US. Okay, so I'm also from the US. People are happy here. Weirdest thing ever. Growing up in the US, people are not happy. Everybody's stressed all the time. People are chronically just trying to figure out how the hell they're going to live and pay rent and do all the things they want to do, right? But in Thailand, I just met people who were actually happy working like a minimum wage job. And I was just like, how is this possible? I've never before in my life seen this. I'm from LA, you know? That doesn't seem right. All the DPS meters didn't get reset before the key. If that seer pulls... I stopped for a second. Nice, okay, seer didn't pull. So now we meta here. Build for the next bomb. No, it's not that. I do think there's a few reasons for it. One of them being Thailand is a primarily Buddhist country. Like, Buddhism is actually the main... Hold up. Let me grip on the caster. Buddhism is the primary religion here, and that certainly affects it. Okay, so wait for the meta proc. You go 1, then you reset bomb. Soul gen is a problem when you don't play Fallout. Holy soul gen, because I'm just holding stuff for too long right now. Yeah, I'll have to check after, and somebody else will have to give me their overalls because, unfortunately, we decided to do it this way. A bomb went off. Wait. Hold up. Let me check something. I gotta set my meters right because I can't see anything right now, and I have to reset everything. Cool. I do wish they kind of fixed this a little bit. Wait for souls to get back. Was it a smooth process for me to get here? If you... you just have to know the right people. What's up, G-Dub? Yo, have the DPS meters gotten any better yet? They'll fix it, I'm pretty sure, in the new patch that's coming up. I would expect a fix for the DPS meters in T-minus a little bit. Holiday season is coming up soon. That's when I expect a fix for it. Not beforehand. Okay, so meta now, then into bomb, etc. 1, 2, 3, bam. What's up, G-Dub? Yeah. But Blood DK still doesn't have an actual... It doesn't have a reason to be played, unfortunately. Okay, but back to answering about the Thailand thing. If you actually were curious about any of the visa stuff, I'd recommend messaging me individually on Discord. I don't like talking about visa stuff too publicly, but the answer is you can absolutely figure it out. Also, the answer is, what is going on here? Somehow I'm doing massive damage. What is this? We doing big damn. Hold up. This is fun. See? Fun gameplay. Just do big numbers. Big number fun. Big number where it's at. The issue is that I'm not doing kicks or anything. Most of the really, really good World of Warcraft players that I know, and I genuinely mean this, they don't do high keys. Some of the really good players that I think are just like, I would be honored to game with you anytime. Please join my group. Please come back to the game. They don't always do high keys. A lot of times they don't appreciate the stress of it, and so they just chill, which I find to be extremely fascinating. Okay, this boss. My Blizzard, my Sigil of Flame, same deal. So would I just send this for damage? Probably, because this boss doesn't hurt. So you go brand, meta, build back the souls, and then you go double bomb. Oh, this build that I'm playing right now is really doing a lot of damage. I need somebody else to hopefully have logged this. I didn't log. And Random is the only person who logs consistently on beta. I should totally log these keys. You think they'll nerf VDH? Oh, yeah. Well, again, I hope that instead of nerfing the overperforming tanks, that they buff the underperforming tanks, because it's fun to feel powerful as a tank, so I don't want them to nerf anything. Like, VDH makes keys playable right now, but it doesn't make keys unnecessarily easy. Yeah, like, I hope that they buff Bear or whatever. Mac, do you have main IO? Also, do people know who you are in general? I genuinely think that that's a huge thing, though. What's up, Dakaran? How's it going? Happy New Year, by the way. It is officially New Year for everyone, is it not? Aren't we officially in New Year's territory? Blood DK is your main. I would have a hard time. I can tell you something right now. If I logged into retail on my bear and I tried to go a key level higher than I am, I would have a hard time getting into keys. I think that. 30 more minutes here. You still have 30 minutes? Oh, I guess West Coast timing, yeah. Moving to Thailand was very possible. I had the opportunity to do it, and I don't mind talking about that process in a second, though. 30 minutes away again, so you guys are all West Coast, I see. I don't find keys on retail to be very hard. Like, this season, this is one of the things that I think is going to really wake people up going into midnight. The keys on live, like, this last season of live was not hard. People were struggling with stuff, but, like, Priory was hard, and kind of everything else, not so much. Like, I genuinely don't think that keys are difficult right now on live. You have pretty friendly dungeons, in my opinion. Going into midnight, I feel like keys are harder, but in a good way. In a positive way. Not like first boss of Priory hard, So that would be a negative way. But more like second boss of Priory, you have to have a plan for things. Okay, so you want to get souls here done. It's 6 souls you cleave. And then Immol Aura on cooldown. You just soul cleave here. Never cap Fiery Brand, but make sure I keep one for the next pull in case I don't get a meta reset. Bro, I don't know, man. Revel in Pain, first of all, is doing big numbers. And second of all, I'm doing pretty decent damage for this tank. Chaos Nova those. Nice. I feel tanky, although this is only a 12, so... Well, why is Floodgate hard? But, like, I also think that Floodgate feels impossible to do with Pugs, but why? What is it about Floodgate that's hard? You have... The first pull has 2 casters and a Saw Blade mechanic that you move from. The second pull has... what? Dynamite cast, which you just watch on a unit frame. All you have to do for those casts, by the way, is simply on the unit frame, you simply say, do I have 2 on me? Defensive. If I don't have 2 on me, then the healer heals me. There's the nail gun that goes out, but like Priory is one of those keys where your pugs make it harder because everybody loses 20 points of IQ when they do it. It's actually not that hard. The boss mechanic on the charge boss has killed so many of the keys, but you basically just, if line on you, dodge. That's it. Take circle to bomb, if line on you, dodge. And yet, how many flood keys have you lost because people just zone out, blast, 2-target cleave, and they don't actually do the mechanic? A lot, right? Like a ton. At least that's my experience with it. Sorry, I'll stop turning this guy's in front of me. So Swamp Face as a boss is tuned hard for healers, but effectively it's walk left, defensive on AoE. It's not a hard encounter. It's just Floodgate feels hard, because I've lost more Floodgate. I mean, Floodgate has been one of the most annoying and frustrating keys to Pug, 100%. And you've healed Floodgate, right? Right, and they don't know when to help, so they defensive, like, right on pull. And it's like, hold on, wait, we don't need a defensive here, you only need a defensive on the AoE. But I do find it to be very frequent that a lot of the reasons that keys brick is just general lack of knowledge, if nothing else. Like, keys are not that difficult, right? It's not that they're super crazy difficult or anything, it's just people never took the time to learn them. I mean, the last time I logged into retail, I booted retail up, got invited to a 19 Priory. I was like, sure, I'll do 19 Priory on my bear. And we had a Death Knight say, we walked into the first pull, and as I was gathering it, he gripped 2 archers, 19 Priory. And I was like, no, but you have to wait for them to jump first, so just, like, give them a second and then grip them in after they jump the first time. And he goes, no, that's not how that works. And I was like, I mean, that is how that works. And he's like, they don't jump. And I was like, I'm sorry, what now? What? What do you... He was like, they don't jump. And then he died because he didn't press a defensive on the one AoE shout that happened on the first pull. And then it was Resil, so we went 3 times, and he made a simple mistake like that 3 times in a row. And then he said, tank, you're fucking terrible, and then left the key. And I was like, aight. That was the last time I played retail. I was just like, okay, why am I playing this again? Like, I just had that experience. I was just like, wait, why am I... No, I wasn't streaming it. I wasn't streaming this key. But I'm just saying, I was just like, why? What is the reason that I'm doing this right now? Because, like, I timed the 19 Priory. Like, that's not a title key. It'll be 20. So, yeah, well, my dude re-rolled DK, never learned how to use his... That's fine, by the way. Like, again, you can do that as a DPS. You can't do it as a tank, but as a DPS, like, that's acceptable. Guess what? If we played it cleanly and he had 3 deaths and he didn't know the mechanics, guess what? We would have timed that key. And he never would have learned. And the reason he doesn't know now is because he still timed his 18 Priory just fine. Because he's a DPS. He's not a tank. He's not expected to know these things. So that's a thing. Yo, I don't know. I don't think you need Revel in Pain, because when you hit Fiery Brand, you're going to be A-okay, but, like, Revel does do quite a bit of HPS, in my opinion. And I had to reset this early on in the key. But this is pretty decent. I mean, aside from first pull. I need to learn how to track this better, but after Eldrachi damage nerf, I was thinking Annihilator would be played more. Yeah. But it wouldn't surprise me if that type of player would accidentally AMS the first thing on the boss, you know? What's up, Pigeon? Happy New Year, Happy New Year. It'll be Happy New Year for almost everybody. I think 20 minutes will be Happy New Year for West Coast. Very exciting. But yeah, as I mentioned in the video, the hardest thing about tanking in general is the fact that it is not... The knowledge disparity is simply too high between tanks and DPS. So the amount that the tank has to work feels bad compared to the amount that the DPS have to work. I don't think the answer to that is to make the DPS work harder, because that sounds terrible. But it is... The problem is the disparity between them. It's not that tanking is necessarily too hard. It's that if tanks ever decide to play DPS, they don't want to go back. That's the problem. Like, the second that you decide to play the thing that you're like, oh, wait a second, why am I working so hard? It's really difficult to go back to tank after that and be like, oh yeah, this is what I want to do. Like, I definitely want to struggle. That's the weird thing, you know what I mean? A little bit. We think that it will be give or take Monday. Yeah, because they get back into office January 5th, give or take, so maybe a few days. I'm pretty sure they already have it planned, but maybe I'm overestimating them. Unsure. So the idea is, yes, somewhere around Wednesday next week, I would think. I don't think it's Monday. I think it's like Wednesday, probably. Yeah, like Wednesday-ish. Dodge that first. Oh, hold up. I don't think I should have got hit by that. Q times keep me tanking, though. So, the Q times are probably the best advantage, you know? Yo, get some sleep, Deanne. Thank you for saying hi. I'm excited. You tell me what you want to see on the Patreon, man, and I got you. I hope that your shifts have been good, and honestly, Happy New Year's. I also hope you get a small break. It sucks working double shifts on New Year's, you know? That's tough. A flex redeem. Hold on, I missed a flex redeem. I'm just happy my wisdom tooth is healing and I can go to the gym again, to be honest. I gotta test this on a slightly higher key because I feel a little too tanky right now. And I'm hoping somebody else has a better overall here. But this feels fun. Well, fun is pushing it because I don't really feel Omega. I don't really notice the meteors. And I'm playing not for damage necessarily, but like there I actually made a mistake and I should have not meted on the first global. You gotta try to build the souls and then hit the bomb and then use the reset on bomb to do extra bombs. It does suck when it's almost midnight coming live. Dude, this is the best time to work, actually. There's nothing happening in WoW right now. If you were ever gonna just degen work, by the way, oh my god. If you were ever going to have a time to basically take a little bit of time off of WoW and just basically work double shifts and save up some money, holy fuck is this the best time to do that. Because there's nothing happening. Like, I enjoy beta at the moment, but now we've been playing beta for over like a month and a half, and a lot of people are already burnt on beta as well. And there's nothing on retail. Zero tuning on retail whatsoever. Zero. There is, in fact, legitimately nothing going on in WoW right now. There was the 0.7 patch. Genuine question for people. What happened in the 0.7 patch? I was playing beta. I'm actually not sure. What was the 0.7 patch? I don't know. In March? Dude, that would be Omega timing. Panda Heritage Armor. Panda. Oh my god, did you guys watch that one video? Were you there that one day I was just watching WoW vids and reacting to them? Look, I don't mind showing it again. There was a video I was watching from the Comeback Kids. I never seen this before, by the way. I never seen his channel, and I was watching a video, and it was just, should you play retail WoW in 2025? And it was tough. I always like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But one of the things, I'm going to play for you after this. I genuinely, let me go grab that video up, and I want your honest thoughts on this video after this key. I want to hear your opinion on, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a privileged, I play competitively or something take. But he was saying some stuff that I, how to say, vehemently disagreed with. The longer the video went on, the less I agreed. Oh, I guess I pulled a little extra. And then we just fight the boss here. I don't know, like I'm doing pretty, I mean, not a lot of tank damage. Aldrachi before nerf was doing more, and I'm probably playing this wrong. There's something about tracking the meteor. I don't fully understand it yet, of like how to really game this. You missed most of that stream? Alright, we can watch it again, I don't mind. I can't actually tell how tanky I really am. Because 12s don't hurt me enough to really get it. Yo, Happy New Year's, man. In your opinion of the 6, what's the most fun tank? Alright, so my personal opinion on tanking is actually something that I try to remove when I talk about tanking. Because I have maybe a unique perspective. Because I like hanging out with people on stream, and I kind of like shooting the shit with friends on Discord. In general, I prefer the tank that I can chill on. Like, I want to tank, but I don't really like working hard as a tank. Because when I play the game, I don't, like, play it in a way where I'm uber locked in, and I'm like, I'll talk to you guys in 45 minutes. Right? That's not how I enjoy WoW. WoW, to me, is a little bit more social. And so, if I have to play a spec that is, like, calculus, I don't tend to enjoy it. Yeah, there should be basically some tanks that you get to kind of vibe on, and some tanks that you're like, guys, I'll see you in 8 hours when I'm done gaming. It's like, yeah, that should exist. And honestly, mastery at WoW is nothing to scoff at. There's a lot of things where they're really hard, and technically the harder things, but if you've played it forever, then you're good at it. A really good example is there are some Brewmaster mains who just don't think about what they're doing, and they're perfect at it. But I wouldn't be good at Brewmaster like that. I'd have to really focus and be like, okay, I'm making a plan, 3 seconds here, 4 seconds there. Hold up, guys. I can't. Let me give me a second. And then from here, okay. Or like same with Blood DK, where it's like, okay, tough pull, hold up, death strike, build this, guy. 3 seconds left of that. Boom, 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 boom. And it's just thinking, like constantly on the whole time. But you'll notice that the tanks that I tend to prefer are pre-mitigation, not reactive tanks. I might have got too close to that pack. LOL, I did actually. Hold up. Sorry about that. I really wasn't paying attention at all. I will live, don't worry. Aha! I did proc my cheat at least once in this key. Do we have a B-res? Uh-oh. Alright. Moment of truth. Can I solo the boss? Because what I'm going to do is we're just going to back up here. I'm going to misery that in the back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. I don't have cheat death. I'm actually going to die. Holy shit. My bad. Does anybody care about finishing the key? I'm pretty happy with this. I don't need a log, actually. Yeah, we don't need to finish, right? All right, cool. No, I should be balance agnostic. That was totally my fault. Huh. What's the most fun tank? Given the fact of how I enjoy playing tanks, it's got to be Bear. I like Guardian. Guardian or Paladin. Paladin is also pretty fun for me. Warrior gameplay is not a huge... I'm not a huge fan of Warrior, personally speaking. Okay, so this is my overall here, though. Yo! Happy New Year, Veronica. Happy New Year. Yeah, Bear probably, and then... that's what I would say. What was my HPS at dungeon? I don't know if Revel is not worth it. I could have played this a lot better with Barrier, but Revel is pretty decent. Hello, Veronica. How was yesterday's New Year? It's good. I had a chill New Year. Stayed home, chilled. Had some good food. That's it. Yeah. I'm a very chill person. I don't like going outside. I'm not a partier. I'm not really, you know, not really my thing. There are some people who are like, yeah, it's New Year's. And I'm like, oh, I just kind of want to eat. I got premium ice cream to celebrate. Yesterday, what I did is instead of buying cheaper McDonald's sundaes, I got premium ice cream. This shit is like $5 a quart. Holy fuck. I bought really nice ice cream. $5 for a mini quart. Inflation's wild. That's what I did, actually. That's actually what I did yesterday. Highlight of yesterday was Katie made a pork roast, which is delicious, and the premium ice cream, which I have some more in the freezer right now, and I might get it. It's Swenson's. Now, I agree. When it comes to game design, Quezzle, I feel as though, man, it's hard. It's hard. Who are you designing the game for? And one of the problems with gaming nowadays is that gaming is so much more accessible. Hot take, but you know as well as I do. Originally, 21 years ago, when World of Warcraft came out, if you met somebody in WoW, they were, with respect to gamers, they were socially degenerate, right? Like, hear me out. Let me have this one for a second. All right, listen. If you met somebody on an online game 20 years ago, they were not popular. There was a specific type of personality and player who gravitated toward online games 20 years ago. What's weird is that today you have people who are actually proper functioning adults. They don't have problems, and yet gaming has become so popular that they do it for fun. Weird as shit. Because you have people who basically do know how to talk to people, actually do have a social life, but also play World of Warcraft. And so it's impossible for them to balance the game properly because you have to balance the game for both types of players, including all the other types of players who now also play WoW. And that is just an impossible task. I do not envy game designers whatsoever because you have to think about it. And the other problem is who has more money? Like, they need to make money on the game, right? So who's going to end up spending money on the cash shop? And what's weird is that I swear a lot of the competitive players, they only spend money on buying WoW tokens so they can maybe, get the plus 20 priority carry that they need to buy to get title or whatever. But like, kind of with respect, not a lot of people do that. And how much money, do you remember the statistic when they came out with the Brutosaur? Quezzle, they have mounts in World of Warcraft, right? And they make a lot of money from this, but there's also a subscription fee. Genuine, do you know how much money they made? There was a statistic about this. They came out with a mount, and the mount was something like $80, $90. It was expensive. For my birthday last year, somebody gifted me that mount, and that's the only reason I have it. I can't show you on beta because I don't have it on beta. Brutosaur. I don't think I can even show you it here. It won't even be on beta, I don't think. The auction house mount, right? Yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if they made a shit. Dude, I think that the statistic was in the week that they released that mount. One mount, I think they made something, it was either 9 million or something like $60 million. Something crazy. Like, it was not thousands, it was millions and millions and millions of dollars for releasing something that was technically optional. Like, you don't have to buy it. It was in the shop. You don't have to buy it. And all it has is an auction house on it and a mailbox. They made a giga amount of money from just releasing this. But who bought it? Because if there was I don't remember, so that means there's thousands of purchases or something. of the tens of thousands of people who bought it, only a few hundred of those are going to be the top level players. So, you know what I mean? Would have been 120 mil of the dinosaur. Yeah, well, Lona. Never underestimate the power of big boobs, 100%. Hey, Purple, can I share your whisper with stream? Can I just, you whispered me something in game. Can I share it with stream? Can I just put it publicly? Because I actually love this comment. Yeah, all right, bet. What do you think, guys? Just genuinely, you read what's on my screen right now. Well, Purple just whispered me. He's been doing keys with me on beta for the last little bit. What do you think? Can you guys read that? Is it too small? I can't make it bigger. Thanks, Purple. Yeah. I had a tough childhood. And bought that mount, even though, yeah. A lot of people FOMO. Yep. That's okay. Well, listen. Hold up. Hold up. I have some news. If you like me and you get along in my stream, I can't medically diagnose you, and I don't want to be the one to tell you the good news. But you're probably somewhere, potentially, there's a spectrum, and you are, if you like me and we're friends, you're probably somewhere along that. I'm just saying, there's a very strong chance that's you. And it's because I do know how to talk like a normal person, and I do know how to carry a conversation, but I have to work so hard at not letting my mind just go do. And I don't like having to mask. God, I stopped masking years ago. I specifically designed my life and chose to, like, when I stream, this is my stream. I talk however I want to do it, however I want to do it. The last thing I want to do is ever have to be not myself. I hate that shit. I specifically structured my life so that I can be who I want to be and just do what I want to do, you know? I think some people do silence. I think I've tuned into some streams just for, like, gameplay or whatever, and they don't really talk, or they're not super talkative. Yeah, and sometimes I'm chilling, but in general, yeah, I'm a yapper. I just have a lot to say. And also, I want to talk to people. Like, I like Quezzle's, like, this is interesting. What Quezzle's saying, he's from Fellowship, but what he's saying about WoW makes me think he's played WoW. And that makes me actually think that it's not a WoW thing that everything that WoW's been going through recently, I don't think it's a World of Warcraft problem. I think it's a gaming problem. And that's a different way to look at it. But I swear it's like, let me put it this way. World of Warcraft retail right now is the best it has ever been. Clock me on it, and you can clip that. It is the best it's ever been. Before you say, no, but it has all these problems, I present to you sanguine, necrotic, bolstering, Torghast, shards of domination, quaking, explosive, the War Within Season 1, Shadowlands Season 1, Korthia, and more. Like, the currently on retail, that was just the first thing that came into my head. This is the best it's ever been. We're in a really good spot, and yet we're still finding ways to complain. So making WoW players happy is kind of hard. I don't think this is a WoW... No, Purple, you're fine. That's why I shared it. I like it when people ask me questions like that. Because I get to talk about mental health, and I like talking about mental health. Okay, so Torghast, again, hot take, and I think that I think I've heard other people say this too. if Torghast was just an extra thing for fun, it would have been fun. It's actually like a fun power game mode. You start at level 1 and you get the powers and you do more and more and more, and that's actually cool. Like Torghast is kind of like Hearthstone Battlegrounds in a way. Like I actually, no joke, think Torghast would have succeeded if you didn't have to do it. It's just because it was called Choreghast. And Choreghast is hard. Torghast was cool. What's up, Onos? Happy New Year, man. I hope everybody has a fantastic 2026. I also am very curious to see how gaming develops in 2026. I'm really curious. I want to know. Hey, hold up. Speaking of which, what do you think? Something I've been thinking of is, what are other games like right now? Because I play WoW, but I don't really know what is going on with other games. Kind of curious. Let me see if I can find a video to watch. Somebody tell me. Well, because that video, I was just such a different perspective when I was listening to it. Like, should you play World of Warcraft in this 2025, you know? Wow. All right. My husband plays OSRS. Well, OSRS had a massive boon this year, but it didn't last. OSRS gives you something, oxygen not included, that's true. But like, you know what I mean? This type of thing is what I'm curious about. Competitive sweats are ruining gaming. This is what I think. I do agree with this. Well, there's the What Happened to Diablo video. I was watching that earlier. Does anybody have a channel that they really like? I genuinely want to know what other... I've been meaning to just actually take a look at YouTube and just do this. What went wrong with... This is 3 years ago. Josh made a video. I remember this guy. Not the game. Oh, Oxygen Not Included is a game. Oh, yeah, I just talk a lot. I thought you meant me talking. I'm not sure Season 3 due to life stuff. Season 2 was actually a banger. Season 3 was good. What kind of channels? Like, I'm just looking like... I don't normally do this, but I wanted to watch, you know... Bellular. Bellular doesn't play the game like I play the game, right? And I'm curious. I like his statistical videos. The Modern Alliance broken. What? Northern Real ending. Something changed at Blizzard. Employees are talking. What's this? Something changed at Blizzard? I didn't actually get to watch this. All right, hold up. Is this good or bad? Is this a positive video or a bad video? Hold up. Changing the music 1 second. Yeah, but I wanna hear what's happening in other games right now. Most of this shit is negative. Is clickbait? Is it a good video? Here. Yeah, hold on. Maybe somebody I don't know about. Yo, Happy New Year, Random. Random, you weren't in the key we were just in? Talks about Turtle WoW a lot. Okay, but to be fair, if you right now go to Twitch and how many people are watching Classic WoW, the German thing that's happening, or the European thing with Classic WoW? Classic WoW has like 28,000 viewers, and Retail WoW is like 2,000. That's fair. I mean, it works. Sauerkraut. Did I say it wrong? I might have said it wrong. Probably. Most likely I did. Did I miss something? No, I just forgot to log it. I just always forget to log the keys. I should just have it auto set, to be honest. I should set that up. You've only watched half the Pod EC? Yeah, you noticed that? I didn't. I actually haven't watched any of it because it was auto playing and I never got to watch any of it, to be honest. I never got to watch any of it. So the latest bench episode? The bench episodes, man, do they have... I was listening to the first part of it, and man, they have some takes, dude. Can I watch it? Can we watch it together? You guys watch the bench, right? I was listening to it, but they have some takes that I just disagree with. I disagree with them entirely on some of the stuff. Oh, I didn't get to finish the episode. What did they say earlier? There's beta is not hype. All right, hold on. Let me do the settings here. You gotta tell me if it's loud enough, okay?
All right.
Wait, hold up. YouTube, you should be able to hear this. Somebody on YouTube tell me if you can or cannot hear this.
And welcome back to episode 78 of the Bench Powered by Wowhead, where we have the last episode of 2025. And
Can you hear this okay? Is the volume decent as I'm chatting with it? What's up, Yeti? Can I just say there are two things I want to point out. Number one, Tettles has an amazing beard.
got midnight on the horizon.
It's just...
How are your holiday seasons? Squishy, how are you doing today?
This is what his hair... This is what I imagine a WoW player looks like. This is just sort of what I imagine. It's like this. These are, if I had to picture a WoW player, it's this. You know what I mean? Yeah, like his hair is kind of glorious, actually.
Doing pretty well. It's freaking cold outside right now, but you know, trying to stay warm inside the house.
It was 20. It was 20 Celsius on Christmas here.
I want to like fast forward to their WoW
God.
takes.
It was nice and
Yeah, we're
warm.
hovering at 0, so
Yeah.
got some freezing rain in here. Nice and chilly. Lots of slip and slide outside.
Okay, hold up. What's the temperature where you're at right now? Because you know, in winter in Thailand doesn't get below like 33 Celsius. I wish. I went for a walk this morning and I was actually burning from the sun. Yeah.
Growl, how have you been?
Yeah,
It's-
freezing here too. I was a little scared when things are lazy.
Okay.
And
That's
Growl
what
got
you
sick.
thought I
Yeah.
was dead. Like I thought I was gonna die.
It is.
Like, it was just the worst.
Yeah.
But
My
Okay.
but like, holy shit.
Fast forward to the WoW takes.
I need to get back in the mindset of just streaming more to stream.
Okay,
Yes.
actually though, for what it's
Necessarily-
worth, I like it, personally speaking. I like it when people in a podcast like this talk about how they are because I actually care about the people. I normally like this part where they're just talking like they're friends because that's ultimately what people
Beta,
want.
Because I'm not that excited about
Mhm.
the beta. But here's the thing for me, as I kind of thought about it, I genuinely do not like betas and PTRs.
They're
A lot of
bad.
people
They're not
don't.
very- They're not very fun.
Because it's like it feels a little bit like my duty. But I haven't really been making guides and like doing the same YouTube thing for this year that I normally.
But no
do.
one likes beta.
And so I'm kind of like, well, I'm just even less motivated, right? Like that was basically my sole motivation for playing beta and PTR was guides and stuff. But yeah, I think
A lot of people think that playing beta is about optimization or even content. The truth is that I play beta because it's fun, and retail WoW is not fun. Logging in to do Priory and Floodgate is not fun. That's anti-fun gameplay. If beta didn't exist, I would probably actually play a different game for once. Truly, truly. I would just straight up play a different game.
I do want to get back into streaming. That's kind of like a. It sounds really cheesy, but it's kind of setting up to be some New Year's resolution type vibes where.
We're not going to watch this whole thing. I've decided it's too slow. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Problem with gaming. Go. Who did you say, by the way? I'm going to scroll up. You gave me some channels to watch. What did you say? You like Lord Knight in the fighting game space. Discussing the culture of fighting games. I don't really watch fighting games, though. I don't actually know how to play fighting games, so I feel like that one I can't really relate to. What is the problem with gaming? I want to know. Yeah, but maybe it was too fast, actually. Came in as an insecure. Well, I mean, it's clickbait.
You ever just try to play a multiplayer game and you see this?
Absolutely. Correct. Yes. Okay.
dude on the
Fantastic. This is the type of video I was looking for. Okay. Correct. Why is it? You remember this was a meme? Okay, hold up. This is exactly what we were looking for. There we go. Do you remember that this was a fucking meme? Where it was like this guy was sweating. You remember this guy? The call me maybe dude? The payphone dude? More people play like this is not a meme anymore. This is actually the reality. More people play like this. This is actually what most people look like when they're gaming. This background dude. I want to look
Some
like
dude
that.
on the other side of the planet, you know, is just greased up, trying their absolute hardest as
Yes.
if their life is on the line. Yeah, we've all been there, and there's only two natural human responses to seeing a dude like this. Yeah, let me just.
Bro, how the fuck do people play Fortnite? My eyes hurt in the 5 seconds that I was watching that clip. I either am getting old, I'm not young enough, or I just misunderstand. Every time I watch people play Fortnite, I'm confused why Nicki Minaj is in leggings shooting people. but also, what the fuck was that? Hey, Kabizzle, Happy New Year. Bro, what is this?
Natural human responses to seeing a dude like this. Yeah, let me just borrow the portals from that shitty Minecraft trailer. Yeah, thanks. Now, firstly, you either look at this dude in complete and utter disgust. I'm looking at this guy like, what the fuck are you doing? Dudes
Yes.
playing like this have you sat in your chair in dismay. And you're thinking like, bro, you are actually ruining the game. I mean, if it's a ranked or competitive scenario, it makes sense. Almost everyone, not me, is pretty much expected to try their absolute hardest to win. But like, you trying this hard in Fall Guys, my guy? That's what we're talking about today. When you see him...
Okay, my take on gaming, and I think that he's about to address this. My take on gaming is very simple. I know that humans are innately competitive, but goddamn, when we forget that the whole reason we play games is fun, first and foremost, we lose the plot real quick. Games go downhill the second that optimization becomes the goal instead of fun. You can play... I am a competitive type gamer. I've never really enjoyed a game that doesn't have some sort of leaderboard rank or something for me to compete with. But at the end of the day, that rank does not determine my self-worth as a human being. And I feel like people play World of Warcraft and IO for them is literally their entire existence. They will fail and be mocked at family dinners if their IO is not high enough. If they don't have rank, then the next time they go on a date, they're getting ghosted. Like, it's crazy to me how much gaming has become insinuated with real life. It's not the same. Your real life issues... Like having more score in a game is not going to give you a larger penis. It is what it is. You should learn what to do with that information as you will. Maybe you don't have that problem.
Motherfucker sweating and trying so unbelievably hard in a game or a mode that ain't even supposed to be competitive. There were sweats in Fall Guys, Among Us sweats, games that don't even have a competitive mode in the first place. I've seen dudes sweat in Lethal Company, my guy. From this perspective, it's strange. We're left wondering what would compel someone to exhaust so much energy into trying to get a virtual W. People in this category / perspective can find themselves not really caring about winning in the first place. It's purely about the experience these games offer themselves.
What is a casual player? I know what it is in WoW. A casual WoW player is somebody who doesn't watch WoW content. That's what a casual WoW player is. That's actually, seriously, that's what it is. A casual WoW player does not watch WoW content. Simple as that. If you, like, that's what a casual is. Anyone who watches WoW content to improve their own gameplay is not a casual. And even if you only do +2s, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what level you play the game. No, there's no casuals here. I don't think so. Like, because if you're taking extra additional time out of your day to consume content about the thing that you like, then that you're not a casual. A casual is somebody who literally is like, oh, it's Tuesday, I'd like to play some WoW, and doesn't know what the they're doing, and has no concept whatsoever about what's happening with the game. They might be really good at it, by the way. They might be really good at it, but that doesn't mean like that they're a casual. I'm a casual D2 player because I bought an Xbox so I could play D2 on my console, by the way. And I start it up, and sometimes I play for 5 minutes, and then I boot it down because I have work. I log in for like 5 minutes. I get like 1 level on an alt character on D2, and I do like 5 Andariel runs, and then I'm like, cool, gotta go. And that's worth it for me. I literally bought an Xbox so I could play D2R on console, and I don't regret that decision. Yep. Yeah. That's not...
They
yeah.
still see winning as fun, obviously, who doesn't? But it's not the primary reason they play games, and they find it weird when they see a complete fucking fiend who will stop at nothing to get a virtual victory. And
It's not weird
that is where I
anymore.
believe the term sweat comes from. You ever call someone that shit? Ooh, it's got that thing to it, bitch. But this word used in this context isn't that old, right? So there obviously must have been some sort of shift. It fucking obviously, or this video wouldn't exist. So what about the...
Is that actually the history of the word sweat? Like, so I thought Sweat Lord was a thing way back in the day. That's pretty recent. Keep in mind, this video was made a year ago. And actually, what's interesting to me is this video was made a year ago. It's gotten worse. I think that 2025, of all the years of gaming, this is the worst that it's ever been in terms of this mentality he's talking about right now.
other side of things. Well, wanting to win is also in their nature. People who play video games in this way load into their matches with only winning in mind because, well, winning is fun. Or at least that's the sentence I always hear from this side when debates like this
COVID.
pop up. People feel this incessant
Correct.
urge to try their
During COVID, we had no way to connect with people, and people absolutely need people. No matter how introverted you are, no matter how much you think you would thrive in a cave that has an internet connection and an access to good food, that's for me as well. I'm as introverted as it gets. I've never met a single person who is more degenerately introverted than I am, genuinely, okay? However, people need people. And during COVID, we were arbitrarily alone. Well, sorry, not arbitrarily, right. Basically, you were forced into having to get your human contact through online content. Imagine, by the way, speaking of which, imagine that Shadowlands was not the expansion during COVID. Imagine we had Dragonflight during COVID. Oh my lord, that'd be crazy. Ash, what's up, Ash? Hey, we're watching a video on the sweats of gaming. What the difference between casual and sweats are. Yo, thanks for the host on Kick. Hey, Ash, I hope you have a fantastic 2026. I know a lot of stuff's going on. I really hope everything works out. Genuinely. 2026, man. It's Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, Ash. Lona, if you don't know Ash, yeah, if you don't know Ash, go follow Ash. Miss Trashes. Okay.
absolute best in any game they play. What drives them to do so obviously depends on the person. I have no fucking idea. But oftentimes when people are called a sweat, their responses are something along the lines of, are you gonna bash me for the way I play the game? Why don't you just get good? Am I supposed to play worse on purpose to meet your expectations? Yeah, that was pretty good.
This is a sidetrack, but I was watching Pirates of the Caribbean for New Year's yesterday. Do you guys remember the online Pirates of the Caribbean game? Am I the only one? That feels like a fever dream. Am I the only one that remembers playing online Pirates of the Caribbean? Was that not an amazing game? You don't remember that? I swear I have these random memories of like leveling up my ship with the chain cannonball. I distinctly remember being really bad, but really like that was peak gaming in a weird way. I vaguely remember this being like giga gaming at that time. I swear, I remember it.
We've made it approximately amount of time with me being completely unbiased and just viewing both sides of the argument. You already know what side I'm on, bro. What the fuck? If you really like trying hard in games, that's fine. But if your reasoning for sweating your dick off in a game that looks like this is something like this, what are these?
If you think she's thirsty,
What is this game?
try the juice spot.
What is
Give
this?
her a drink.
Bro, what? What is this game? Is this a game? Can you min-max it? How do you win this game? What's the leaderboard? How can I get rank 1? I need to be rank 1 in this game. I don't know what it is. I need Pepto-Bismol down here. I see Pepto-Bismol, and what else do I need? I have a juice ball. I need a candy cane. Oh, there's pizza too. There's cupcakes. That's all I need to know. I'm gonna be rank 1 in this game. Lock the fuck
You
in.
know a little about me. You already know I'm a casual. But I have most definitely dabbled in the dark arts of competitive play.
I'm not
there was
a casual.
period of time where I was playing ranked non-stop, bro. Day in, day out. Just, I gotta win. I gotta try my hardest. I gotta do this. Oh, we lost? Oh, that's completely cool. But what I realized is that being a sweat is not factory settings. Something has to...
Why is Master Oogway on here? Master Oogway? What? Look at that. That's Master Oogway, which, by the way, as well, if I can just... Kung Fu Panda, weirdly great movie. Not even weirdly great, actually great movie. And there are tribute videos to Kung Fu Panda, which completely spin it. And if you've never seen those tribute videos, if you ever want some, like, wisdom, this turtle was the fucking smartest turtle I've ever seen in my life. Never seen a turtle smarter than this dude right here. This is a true... He was really only spitting facts in this entire movie, by the way.
to change within you in order for you to become this way. Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about. Black Ops 6 beta just happened when this video released, kind of. Now, COD sucks. I know, give it up. I know. Nah, but what I'm saying is you couldn't walk 3 steps in the Krusty Krab without seeing some dumbass motherfucker slipping and sliding around the map like, what the fuck are you doing? Is the first type of response, and the one I personally give off when I see people doing that sort of thing. Some of you may very well look at this
Listen.
and give this second.
I have one problem with this video. Can I tell you what my problem with the video is? I'm watching it, and I'm not 10. But I'm engaged because every 2 seconds he has some crazy animation that appears on screen. And unfortunately, I am cooked. My brain and my dopamine circuits are fucking done. They've been done for a while. Like, I have a TikTok.
Response, which is just he's playing the fucking game, hello, and then proceed to hit me with one of these questions. Now to argue it from my perspective, oh, my favorite thing to do. The problem is that you know damn well these questions don't have an answer. Ain't nobody saying you should play worse on purpose. The problem that we're talking about is that your brain has reached a point where you even think to ask these questions in the first place. Because BO6, that was a beta that just happened. There is no ranked mode. Therefore, you shouldn't be asking these dumbass questions when dudes look at you like you're a freak for doing this stuff.
I feel
Like,
called
it
out right
shouldn't
now.
come as a surprise. The very first time you picked up a controller to play a game,
I was younger than that. That kid's way too old to be gaming. You got to start younger than this. You can't train your reaction time if you start. What is this kid, like 4, 5? How old is that kid? That's way too old. You got to start earlier than this. I think if you want to be competitive in gaming, you have to start way earlier than this. This is too old. This is unfortunate. This kid, he'll never be too good. Yeah, this kid will never be rank 1.
yo ass was not thinking about winning. Well, actually, you probably were, but you weren't fiending over it like how you might be doing today in most of the games that you play. Over time, it seems some people have become fiends.
Happy New
for
Year,
the video.
Saito.
Just think about it like this. The people who are hard sweating in these games nowadays, your old self would be looking at you exactly like how these other people would be looking at you. Something has...
I don't think that's true. A question for you, is that true? Were you a sweat lord always? For people who like min-maxing right now, didn't you like min-maxing 20 years ago? I have always been the type of person to want to min-max. When I was playing OSRS as a, 7-year-old, I was like, how can I min-max my efficiency? And that was fun. It was like, yeah, but I can click on the mining node and optimize my route back to the bank better than you can. I've always been like that. I've always thought in my head, if I need to get to point B, how can I get to point B very well? To be honest, I've always thought like that. And it's never stopped. It's just changed over the years. I prioritize my happiness a lot more than I used to. So I'm a lot more casual than I used to be, actually. But yeah. Right. But the fact that you're remembering these methods for how to get 99 mining and fletching in a game like OSRS, which honestly, okay, OSRS was an absolutely giga game. And it still is a giga game. But it doesn't look that much different than this. It's true, and you know it.
Neither of these are an actual problem because ranked modes in games serve as a filter for all the people who prefer to try their absolute hardest to win. And every other mode is where everyone else defaults to. People who just want to play the game, a common response from casuals responding to sweats who are telling them to just get good. Ever hear that shit before? The problem is when this equilibrium is disturbed. If you ask a dude like me, if yo ass is hungering for a win in cart ride to Sigmaville, I think it is a good...
Oh man, I gotta be careful what videos I watch on stream. Holy shit.
good thing that's considered weird by people to sweat in a game that's just meant to be played casually. Because it is. But on the flip side, there's a reason that when you see a casual goon roll...
Okay, this guy he definitely has a casual perspective. I was gonna say he has a very casual perspective. Is World of Warcraft a casual or competitive game? Is it? Is World of Warcraft a casual or competitive game? I think that over time it has become increasingly competitive, and I don't know if that's good. both. It can't be both. You can't, fundamentally, it can't be both. I think what it should be, and I think that how the majority of people interact with it, is that it's not a competitive game, but has competitive game modes in it, but it's not a competitive game. I inherently think that WoW is actually, think about classic WoW. The environments of classic was not competitive, but it was a little bit like I degen harder than you because I have this item, which took me 72 hours to grind, but I have it and you don't. In a weird way, that's a form of competition, but it wasn't ranked. And yeah, I guess, I mean, like, you know, damage meters in a raid, but you press frostbolt. But WoW Classic, whether you like it today or not, is the origin of WoW. Exclusivity is different than competitive. Exclusivity, sure, but competitive is ranked. I think that when WoW started introducing ranked into its game mode, it actually started losing. It started going downhill in a way. I take part in it and I like it. So this is not my own perspective. It's not my personally speaking. I love ranked. And part of me wants to just be like, yo, if you don't have good IO, just get good. Like, I do have that in the back of my head. I'm just thinking, you know what I mean? With respect, just get good. But at the same time, that's not actually what I think is a reflection on the gaming in general. That's not true. In general, gaming doesn't work like that. There's a lot more to it than that. And I think that even today, with how competitive WoW has become, more people interact with it outside of its competitive game modes. A lot more people. I think it's what's the statistic on people who have never even done a Mythic Plus dungeon? Yeah, and I'm coming at it from the perspective of how can we make WoW less toxic and more accessible, because it needs a breath of life. WoW needs a little bit of fresh air. It needs new players.
Into a ranked match and start throwing, it's also considered weird and looked down upon. We've literally invented the word throwing or thrower because it's mad annoying when a weird bitch comes into ranked and isn't trying to win. When a 6'10" dude comes into a non-competitive setting like a middle school Foursquare game on the playground and starts playing like the fucking life depends on it, you're a sweat and everyone's gonna want you to leave so they can just have fun, obviously. But on the flip side, if you're a middle schooler who somehow got unironically drafted to play in the NBA and all you want to do is have fun, bitch, your ass is throwing. Get the fuck out of here. Equilibrium. Bro. Honestly, I didn't even really.
This guy's younger than me, right? He's definitely younger than me, right? It's a little much. It's a little. I'm realizing that he doesn't have facial hair and I do.
Realized this concept until I started making this video, but honestly, I think it's real as fuck. Now, unfortunately, this balance being disturbed is quite a common thing. People throwing in ranked or people sweating in casual happens all the time. The problem is that while the solutions that have been put forth to deal with people throwing in ranked have been received relatively well, so well in fact that you probably don't even know what I'm talking about yet, the other side solutions to sweats ruining the fun of casuals fucking sucks. You see, ranked modes typically have concrete rules that literally states you cannot throw people's matches intentionally. And some games even allow you to avoid individual people from being...
Okay. Fundamentally, there's one big problem I have with this video. He is specifically talking about this type of game. You can tell that he is specifically talking about FPS games. I haven't seen a single reference to League of Legends. I haven't seen a single reference to WoW. I haven't seen a single reference to much of anything, except for these consistent clips that he's using. And out of curiosity, how much more successful is Call of Duty or Battlefield than a game like World of Warcraft or League of Legends? Because I don't know the answer to that question. I know a lot of people like games like this. I don't. I don't like it because games like this are inherently just, do you have the reaction speed of somebody who started gaming when they were 2? And I'm kind of slow. I keep in mind, I like competition, but I'm kind of slow. I have never liked FPS games. I think it's modern generation games. It's a great video. I mean, he's going for it, and his video editing is on point. And he's making a fair point. I don't think it's a very well-rounded point, and simply because you got to have both perspectives. he is approaching this as if being a sweat was a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to be a sweat lord. It's just different. The problem is that sweat lords think that it's a bad thing to be a casual, and casuals think it's a bad thing to be a sweat lord. Neither of those are bad. How do you make a game that caters to both, or doesn't actually? You know? That's kind of what I think. Hey, Rihanna, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. The category of Mythic Keystone postings will help. I hope it will. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I think it was a good thing, and they should have put that in a long time ago. I also think that there needs to be way more ranks in Mythic Plus. I think there needs to be significantly more ranks in Mythic Plus.
On your team, either as an actual feature or just by
Let's
blocking
finish the
them.
video.
Obviously, shit's never going to be 100% perfect, but the tools that have been put in place to allow competitive people to play how they want to play are generally pretty fucking solid. What the fuck is this? So try and keep casuals and sweats separate.
You have that experience? You ever tried playing League of Legends before? Have you ever tried playing a game that does have a MMO, like an ELO ranking, like MMR based ranking, and you win your first 2 games because you're playing against potatoes, and then your third game, all of a sudden you're playing with some absolutely giga omega 5-man team that steamrolls the hell out of you, and you have an anti-fun experience? You know what I'm talking about? That's what happened to me. If you ever play a game that has any sort of actual matchmaking system, the problem is that I don't feel like any of them are done very well.
Almost every multiplayer game under the sun now has skill-based matchmaking. Jesus Christ, even the fucking phrase comes with a negative connotation attached to it. Free of charge. Yeah, that's great. Where even when you're in a non-competitive mode, the system will attempt to place you in a lobby full of people around your skill level.
Hey,
Now,
Zarkin.
there's just one small detail
Happy
you need
New
to keep
Year.
in mind when trying to understand why skill-based matchmaking is considered a worse solution than stuff like this. On the flip side, it's that
What was that? Stuff to maintain competitive integrity. Throwing matches is against the rules. How come that's not against the rules in Mythic Plus? Blocking people / avoiding as a teammate. You can't block people? Reputation systems to label people's integrity. Would WoW be better if it had a reputation system? Match completion percentage. FGC. I don't even know what that is. No solution can ever be perfect, obviously, but these all contribute in their own way. Oh, he's saying these are all good things. That's probably because, wait, he's saying these are good things? I think you have to be able to block people. You shouldn't have to deal with people's toxicity if you don't want to. You should not have to. You should definitely not have to deal with people if you don't want to. In fact, one of the best pieces of advice for Mythic Plus when you're learning how to tank or heal, if you don't actually communicate with your party, is turn off party chat. I swear, like, one of the best pieces of advice for keys is just don't read party chat. In general, just don't do it. You'll have a better game.
side, it's that it fucking sucks dick and no one likes it. You know what the problem is with an algorithm that's designed to put everyone on a 1.0 KD and have a 50% win rate is? It gets really fucking obvious. It becomes very not fun
That's
when
what I
you're
was
placed
saying
against
earlier,
people
yeah.
much worse than you
Exactly.
because it obviously has to let you win sometimes to achieve these, and very fucking annoying when you're placed against the literal Harlem Globetrotters just because you've won too many games. It's when it becomes obvious that the system just looks you dead in the eyes and goes, oh, you having fun? You just won your last 2 games? Yeah, good luck winning that shit, kid. It's an arbitrary solution which ends up with terms like this becoming very popular. You want to know why back in the day when you saw a dude cleaning house on Modern Warfare 3, the good one, that they were just a good player and not a sweat? It's because that's simply not how games were back then. And I see
That's not true. I disagree with that. I think that that's actually the main thing he's missing. I don't know. Is he just so much younger than me? Bro, 20 years ago, people were just as sweaty. It was just... what's the real difference between games 20 years ago? Yeah, I'm about to say, like, games... No. People are... If anything, people are less sweaty now because, again, you have this weird thing where when you met people originally on an online game, you could guarantee the fact that they were socially awkward. And that was their life. But now what we have is we have millions and millions more people gaming. Gaming was not that popular 20 years ago. 20 years ago, gaming was kind of niche. Like, you were a nerd or a geek or an outcast if you were a gamer. And nowadays, everyone's a gamer. You don't meet people who don't game. It's just, what games do you play? So you have games like Fortnite or this or that or, I don't know, Roblox or whatever it is. Like, people play games of all ages, of all categories. You even have, like, it's not that uncommon. Like, It's weird to think that it's, yeah, if you're 40 years old and you have 2 kids that you play games. Of course. Why wouldn't you? Games are fun. That is so weird. Back in the day, 20 years ago, if you were 40 with 2 kids and played World of Warcraft, you were a creep. It's a big difference. Our perspective is largely changed.
People argue all the time like, oh, well, COD's always had skill-based matchmaking. It fucking obviously was not tuned up as high as it is now. Get that through your fucking skull. I'm going to eat you.
Who plays COD?
I had to uninstall Twitter. I'm sorry. I was just straight to Twitter.
I think this guy might have ADHD.
Not you. But as games and gamers alike have evolved, the means to ensure that both casuals and the new rise of competitive players have fun are arguably not equal. At least in my opinion, I don't know. If you like to play multiplayer games just for fun, then I deeply apologize for when skill-based matchmaking inevitably forces you to play against sweats. And if you play multiplayer games to win, then I deeply apologize for being the one to join your lobbies.
My dopamine circuits are fried. I'm not going to lie. I like this video and it's good, but I actually am having a hard time finishing it. It's very loud and obtrusive. I am too old to appreciate this level of Gen Z editing. All right, let's go back to play WoW. It was a good video and he put a lot of work into it. I don't know this guy. I just happened to click on it. But like my circuits are actually fried. Who's this guy? Toko. Honestly, well, like I'll link the video. It was a year ago he made this. And to be honest, he's right, but I don't think he's right in this context. The title of the video is right, 100%. But I don't think... Yeah, I wonder about that. Didn't have a place to complain. Yeah. I kind of agree with that, Salty. All right, let's go back and play WoW. I was curious about the different perspectives, but not sure. I wanted to play one more Annihilator key real quick. Let me turn my actual music back on. I don't know. I've been meaning to kind of like watch some more videos from outside the World of Warcraft perspective. It's something I've been meaning to do, but I just haven't done it. It is true that the only people who complained 20 years ago, they did so on forums. And forums were pretty niche. Like, I didn't complain because I was 8. Like, I didn't have a way to complain about anything that I didn't like until I was much older. So, All right, we gotta I gotta cleanse my soul from that video a little bit. Chill music. And this. Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry, loud music. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was one of the things about back in the day with WoW. Classic WoW wasn't hard, but you had no access to information, so it was hard. You didn't understand the boss because there's nowhere to learn. There wasn't a guide that you watched. You know what I mean? Like, that didn't exist. Oh, did everybody log off beta? What the hell? Everybody logged off beta? Is it New Year's? Wait, find a group. 14 Cavern. I mean, I'll join a 14 Cavern. I'll heal. I don't mind. What healer should I play? 14 Cavern. The Prot Warrior. What heal? Here. Shaman. Okay. Play any of them. Mistweaver, Prez, Holy Priest, Shaman, H-Pel, Druid. Druid's too easy. Shaman, sure. I guess I have people of knowing how to be good enough because the info's available. When the add-on change originally happens in WoW and they said that they were going to remove add-ons from the game, do you know what I was really excited about, Quezzle? I thought... One thing I was excited about, personally speaking, was no logs. I kind of thought they would remove logs from the game, right? But actually, they're still going to be... In fact, logs might be even more necessary than they were. Like logging things to Warcraft logs. You wouldn't know logs if you play Fellowship. So logs are an extra system in-game. There's a third-party website. It reads all the combat information, and then you can analyze the entire thing after that. Like, you can analyze the entire thing after that. He would not take me, right? Yeah. So, for example, in this key, I'm going to combat log, and it will show you all the information. It's like parses, except 100 times that. I don't think, if you have access to that information, then you have an expectation that you're going to play the game a certain way. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. So with access to information comes a little bit of an expectation that you're going to have it. And it's one of the issues with tanking and healing, or even the expectation, for example, that you have to watch guides to play the game is weird. You shouldn't have to do homework to play a game. It's one of the weird things about WoW. Yes, kind of like that. It's an extra third-party information. Logs Hope isn't accountable for fixing bugs. A very fair criticism, MRT, a very, very fair point. That is fair. Man, ever since I mentioned it, you know what I miss? I miss the Pirates of the Caribbean online days. I miss the Pirates of the Caribbean online days. Goddamn. Those were good times, man. They were good times, dude. Battlefield 3? More of a puzzle pirates man myself. Was it because it was back in the day when we didn't try to min-max, when we didn't sweat, and I don't know, man. There's something special about that. There's something special about it. Just like sending games, man. So Quezzle, this doesn't happen in Fellowship, and the reason it doesn't happen in Fellowship is super easy to understand. Fellowship's only been around for, 4 months? Came out 4 months ago. WoW has been around for a very long time. One of the problems with WoW is the fact that the race to world first and the top level players are so good at it. Now, their information is publicly accessible. And again, this creates a problem where sometimes people are expected to walk into a raid, a this or whatever, and perform as if they were a level 1 top world ranked player. But I don't think anybody goes into League of Legends and think they're going to be faker. But they do that in WoW, and it creates a ton of skill parity that becomes a problem. So you have people in a mythic raid, there's 20 people in a mythic raid, and some of them are really good and probably better than they should be for that group, and some of them are not as good and worse than they should be for that group. And therefore, it creates conflict and tension. Same thing happens in a key. Sometimes, depending, you might deserve to be at a higher level, but because you're playing off meta or because you've gotten unlucky or whatever, you don't have a lot of time to play, your IO is lower. Likewise, somebody who has 20 hours a day to play, especially with Resilient, their IO is going to be higher, and so you end up in groups that are mismatched fundamentally. And so rather than have a good time, you have a yelling match. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's not a problem, Jofu. I think that's a good thing overall. I actually think that's no problem. To think that it's good to feel good. Games should make you feel good regardless. "16 minutes to New Year's? Oh yeah, Happy New Year's to everyone, by the way. We've been on a rant about gaming. That video was intense. I want to watch more videos on stream, because that's what I would do. I kind of want to do this Alaskan New Year's. Damn. One more DPS spot if anybody wants to come for this. I don't know the tank. Apparently everybody else did log off hell, and then I found this key. It was one key listed, and I was healing it. Give me just a second. We come back, we do this key. I don't know. Is it enjoyable content? Do you guys like watching the videos on stream? I feel a little weird doing it. I think they're fun. Be right back. Let me just go grab a snack super fast. Yeah. I'm just gonna go grab milk real fast. Ooh, my legs, holy shit. I've got my milk. I've got my milk. Let's do some keys. So Resto Shaman just needs a plan for second boss here. I gotta drink this milk. About half a liter. I haven't been eating enough recently. Hopefully I don't get too tired with it. Quezzle, what'd you do for New Year's? Is it New Year's already where you are? Okay. I do think I want to play Totemic, not Farseer. Farseer just feels bad. You're East Coast US, so it's New Year's a few hours ago for you. You ever stop and think about how cool it is that we can communicate even though we're this far away? So you woke up. Oh, fair enough. That's a true WoW. You'd be great at WoW. You'd be excellent. You should play WoW. Man, you'd be so good at it. Yep. If you want to get good at WoW, all you really need is a general. You can't be good at WoW and have a good sleep schedule. It doesn't exist. Has to be one or the other.
Careful out there.
Think add-on logging still might work. So, unfortunately, you have more add-ons than you used to have. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. On one hand, I don't like it. On the other hand, I think it's awesome that we can do this.
I fear they be sacrificed for some dark purpose.
My shaman doesn't have IO, so they don't know that I've done this a lot. Alright. Combat log on. Oh, combat logging was on already. Good. I have no idea what add-ons you even talk. You're not taking... not at the moment, no. I'm gonna heal this key. I'm kind of at that point of beta where I've tested the Warlock, the Hunter, the Mage, and now I'm kind of ready to just hop around every day I play. So I'm not sure exactly what it is that I want to test left. That was a pretty good leap on the warrior, so he's going to go pull that. Not bad. Warrior will need a heal here. So just pop your Apex talent for him. Watch aggro. Earth Ellie doesn't solve it anymore. And then try to do some shaman damage. Oh shit. I'm gonna die because I got rooted into that. And I did actually have a solution there, to be fair. Okay, let's pop this now, because otherwise I'm gonna die. And you just... Oh, I'm using the wrong button. I forgot I changed the global. I was about to say, why am I not healing? Because I was using chain heal, and chain heal hits like a wet noodle right now. I'm tired you want to try main tanking in midnight. Any advice for a class? What play style do you like? Do you prefer an active play style or like a passive one? I actually could have gotten out of that if I reacted sooner. So right click is my healing wave. That's my bad. I thought right click was my chain heal.
He be the one bringing my people here.
Where are we going? This way?
Keep out of his way.
All right. He's going all the way over to the right. All right, I'm kind of curious about this. Is he playing Thane? He is playing Thane. So when it comes to tanking, first of all, if it is something that you want to play, I think it's most important to consider... Oh, my tank is about to get one shot. Hold up. These bears sink. I might be able to save him. Focusing, focusing, focusing. All right, cool. Perfect. I have no clue. I play Druid, Warrior, and Paladin classes. When it comes to tanking, you have to decide what type of player you are. First and foremost, it's actually going to be the most important decision you make on tanking. Because there are tanks that are very active and kind of anti-chill, but high twitch, high fast-paced gameplay. So if that's something that sounds really appealing to you, then that's what you want to go for. But if you're like, I kind of do just want to chill. Like the first tank that I play, I actually really am not interested in that. And I kind of just want to chill a little bit. Then I would go for Warrior, Druid, even Paladin right now with its current iteration is the easiest version of Paladin that has ever existed. Also with WoW, I'm pretty sure getting on with some friends. So that is the best way to play World of Warcraft, and if you ever get the chance, play with friends. It is by far and large the best way to play the game. If you ever have the opportunity, just play with friends, you know? Yeah, 100% though. I am still in combat. The fact that the tank lived that was actually pretty impressive. Granted, I was spam healing him, but still. 3 bears is tough. That is a pull you can die on. There's a buff in here. Do we not want to get it? We should get this buff. I like fast gameplay. Okay, so fast gameplay is Warrior or Paladin. Druid is a little bit slow right now. Warrior is very spammy and very repetitive, but it is kind of just about how fast you can hit your buttons. Since Monk covers all 3 roles, Monk is the weirdest spec in World of Warcraft. Its healing heals very differently and uniquely, and its tanking is very unique as well. So I feel like the problem with Monk is that I would not describe Monk as new player friendly. I would describe it as the most nuanced out of all of them. Like the way that Brewmaster plays is just so counter to how you would think about tanking from a new player perspective. So, you know what I mean? And not to dissuade you from Monk, it's very fun. Monk is an incredibly fun spec to play, so I don't want to dissuade you from it. But it's maybe just more of a challenge. You could say it that way. Alright, so this is a big healing check pull. There's a necrotic here that happens if you pull these. So I go, all my totems are out, so we'll have big trickle healing, a Spirit Walker's Grace if I need to right now. Mage said he's lagging a ton. Boom. I might have to actually pop this to out-heal this. Okay, healing on myself. Healing potion. Dude, these necrotics are no joke, actually. You really don't want to take both of these. Well, especially without a DPS, though. That's why brew is so again, I don't want to dissuade you from it, because actually in a lot of perspectives, those healing absorbs are actually brutal. Double of that is pretty brutal. Usually skip those. You almost always want to skip those too. Reset. Also, we didn't have the mage. We had no damage for it, so that didn't help. I mean, they put healing absorb for 200%. 2 people. That's why Brew's so interesting.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eyes? A trespasser.
I can make a plan for it, I guess. If I know we're gonna pull it, and I have big cooldowns. In League for Fears, I was a one trick. She's infamously a highly unorthodox character. So that's your thing. What's the most unorthodox WoW tank spec? It's definitely Brewmaster. That is true, Mika. So Druid has off healing, and Paladin has even more off healing and such. I think I can maybe out heal those. Ultimately, what I would recommend... Do you have beta? Did you buy any? Do you have beta access, Mika? A really good question to ask is, do you have beta masters? If you can try the tanks, that'd be the best. I made a video. It's like a 37-minute video. It's a long video about which tank is right for you. And it goes over the basic rotation, and it kind of goes over the generals of each tank. It is only available for YouTube members and Patreon. I want to see if I can just send you that video. If I send you this link, will it work? You have beta, you never really played it. Did it once and loved it. So, the best answer is you should play the one you're going to have the most fun with. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you should play the one you're going to have the most fun with. They have to be immersive. Oh, okay. Because that video is actually exactly what you're asking. It's literally the question of which tank is the right thing for you, you know? It's a balance, Quezzle. It's kind of hard for me because I want to make this year my goal for 2026. I only started making content and whatnot in 2025. But it's been a whole year now where I've had this YouTube channel and I've had the main stream. I multi-stream to different platforms. I'm on there as well. And I'm kind of like, okay, in 2026, I want to make the best World of Warcraft content low-key. Actually, high-key. I want to make genuinely the best possible World of Warcraft content I can make. That actually helps the player base. That's my goal. My actual goal is make the best content that I can make. It's videos like which tank is right for you. At the same time, if I make a video that takes me a lot of time to make, I kind of want to monetize it. And then I'm in like a, oh man, but this would help people, so I want to share it with people. And I'm just like, fuck. I'm like, shit. I want to do both. And so sometimes it's a little like, oh man. Like I've been making quick guides for things. Like I made a quick guide for Resto Shaman. Like, oh, you want to try Resto Shaman? Here's everything you need to know in 5 minutes. But that's like for Patreon. And I want to keep that as exclusive for Patreon. But at the same time, if somebody asks me how to play Resto Shaman, I'm like, oh, I made this thing. Here, just take it. So it's like, oh, well. I get a little weird about that sometimes. Prot Paladin is insane when handled correctly. So, in these current dungeons, Prot Pally has a lot of niche utility. There are a few moments where Bop is going to save people, where Blessing of Spell Warding is going to be insane, where a lot of things are going to go super well as Prot Pally. Giggle! Giggle, I was in your stream. I only had 5 minutes earlier. And I was lurking in your stream for 5 minutes. And I'd like to let you know you made me giggle twice. Several times. But a happy place. I like the fact that your stream is a happy place. This is a great... Honestly, I love the fact your stream is a happy place. I'm sure it's New Year's for you now, right? I don't remember where you're from exactly, but I'm assuming it's New Year's. Happy New Year. Do you think that's a good way to do it, Saito? Like early access? I could do it that way. I love make already that, especially when you're doing Happy New Year. Thank you. It was Happy New Year for me last night. I'm in the future. It's so weird. I was saying Happy New Year to people, and they're like, what are you? It's still 12 hours away. I'm like, not here. It's already 4 p.m. January 1st right now. It's 4 p.m. January 1st. Hey, Giggle. I hope you just have a splendid and fantastic 2026. We grades a video. How different tanks and 100 different. Yeah, exactly. So I have really good plans, Quezzle. I'm just waiting a little bit until things get finalized. But I think that I have a unique perspective on the game because I play competitively, but I can understand the casual perspective. And I'm good at thinking outside my own head. And I swear it's a skill that's very hard for people to do. Because in general, if you ask somebody, how do I do this thing? They're going to answer based on their answer. Not based on what you need. Right? And I think it's really difficult. It's basically the difference between empathy and sympathy. Sympathy is me saying, you tell me you've had a bad day, and I say, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry for you. Wow, that must suck so bad. And you're like, okay, that's not what I wanted to hear. That's what you thought I wanted to hear. That may be what you wanted to hear. But empathy is saying, want to grab a drink? Want to play some WoW? Because what you actually need in that moment is not somebody to feel bad for you, but you need a solution, or whatever it is. Like maybe you don't need a solution and you need a distraction, or maybe you need this, or you know what I mean? So the difference between those two things is perspective. And when you make content for a game, I swear it's the thing that everybody misses. It's actually the thing everybody misses. And they do it from a sympathetic point of view, which is actually not oftentimes what people really need. If that makes sense. I need to lust this. We had the mage lust last time. Yeah. So I want to make content that hopefully helps people actually accomplish what it is they want to accomplish. A really big example is when you talk, like I was on a podcast, Quezzle, a few days ago with Brutal Static, Mad Skills TV, and LB Ninja. So we talked a lot about healers and tanks and Midnight Beta and stuff like this. But one of the big perspectives was, what is it that really matters? Hold up, I can't get this. Wait.
He be the one bringing my people
Wait.
here. Keep out of his
Is he going to be able to get it?
for now.
Yeah, I really enjoyed being on that podcast, and I massively agreed with what everyone was saying, which was awesome, right? I'm getting beta access doing I saw they killed something in me. Honestly, Blizzard is, I've said this before, they are genius for getting us to pay them to beta test their game for them. It's actually like an I don't know how they managed to swing this, but it is pretty damn incredible that somehow we've all accepted the fact that we pay them extra money to beta test their game, and we do such a good job for it because WoW players are so incredibly passionate. Yeah. Did I try Holy Pally? Yeah, I have tried a bunch of Holy Pally. Not recently, and not really since they fixed Herald. I did a few Herald keys early on, and then I played mostly Lightsmith. Holy Paladin does not feel bad. You do have to pay extra to get access to beta. You have to buy the Epic Edition. Yeah. If you don't have the Epic Edition, I think that some people get randomly chosen, by the way. But basically, you have to buy the Epic Edition. So you have to pay extra money. This one is extra long. Not all beta periods are this long. This one is. This one is extra long. The other ones are not. Actually. I think I was thinking about how it's going to drop like March. The official launch date is March 2nd, which means that the season doesn't actually start until March, like middle of March. And remember that the reason for that is very important, because WoW is not like Fellowship. There is, in fact, other content in the game. I'm not loving HPAL on beta. So you're an HPAL main, Giggle. what is it that you don't, just Crusader Strike? I kind of didn't mind the feedback loop of the new Shield of the Righteous being more motivated to press, even if you don't want to do damage, and just having Judgment, Holy Shock, Judgment, Holy Shock. It feels different. It's still technically early access, but it feels... So, the thing with Fellowship is that you get to log in and just game. The thing with Fellowship is that you don't have to do things that you don't want to do. And that is not how WoW works. You, in fact, in World of Warcraft, have to do many things that you don't want to do. So, that was the biggest draw of Fellowship, is the fact that... Hold up. Let me make sure. This is like the hardest pull, I think, for me to heal. No joke. So let me just make sure I get through this. You need kind of massive HPS on a pull like this. Please be in my wave. Uh-oh. You didn't in the downpour? Is there one more? These absorbs are really no joke. If this is on the rogue again, he's in trouble. Uh-oh. He's dead. I can't heal him. Even this healing potion, which is pretty giga, I wonder what my HPS is on this pull. I wish I could see it. Hold up. I'm like giga healing right now. 100k and still not enough to out heal it. I'll never even consider playing WoW. I found the grind. I would say that the grind in WoW is maybe interesting because you technically don't have to do it. It's like you don't have to min-max in WoW, but for some reason people feel like you have to min-max in WoW. I got the one inside. I didn't get these ones. That is a fairly large amount of HPS. That's not bad right now. Making that accessible made me realize how much I level it. I'm curious. I'm really curious. If you... Oh, man. If you end up playing WoW, I'm super curious to know how you would feel. Genuinely. If you get to play WoW, let me know. And Lona, if you get Epic Access, also let me know. How do I jump over this? Okay. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And high key players, what, gems are the best? Yeah. I mean... Illuminos, you said something about Prot Pally. Most people, I swear, their issue with Prot Pally is the fact that it's not always played extremely well and used to be more skill capped than it is. Oh, yeah. Just do exclamation Discord. 100%. So this pull, my tank will need me. My hunter shouldn't need me that much. Just have to watch the spears. Kick this, hold up. Wait a second, though. Yeah, you mean it. I would say that the new Prot Pally is going to be the friendliest version of the spec that has ever existed. I do think that the new Prot Pally, by the way, is potentially maybe one of the friendlier tanks because it's powerful right now. If it wasn't powerful, it wouldn't be this friendly, to be honest. But it's interesting. I wonder if Prot Pally mains will like the new version of it or dislike it. There's a lot less of a global intensive decision making that happens all the time. In many ways, I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Do you know what I mean by that? I don't know if you've played it on beta at all. Again, like 99% of people don't play beta. This is totemic, yes. And I am maintaining a fair amount of HPS. Number-wise, this HPS is very solid, by the way. Don't die. Don't die. This is actually a lot of HPS here, by the way. I'm not upset about this. Like, just casually maintaining 100k, but the second boss is the only real check in this dungeon. Gonna be a lot harder? No. It's gonna be a lot easier, because right now the rule of Prot Pally, in a good Prot Pally, is you can never be naked on that tank. Like, Prot Pally has to have a in high enough content, it has to have a pre-planned defensive rotation. And you can't miss. Like, you're literally not allowed to fail it, otherwise you are just Omega Turbo inted and dead.
Your survival.
Ouch. I almost had that. I was a second late in the prep. I should have Earth Ellied. I actually still had Earth Ellie there. That's what I should have done. It's been a second since I played this. Almost the perfect key. So one totem, you can pray for an Apex proc, but you're probably not going to get it. That was like a tick off there. So basically, you had to pre-plan. Yeah. Did you get bad vibes? You still have... No, I didn't have Astral Shift there. I have it here. Oop. Huh. Is that so? This is default party frames. All of my beta testing, every single thing that you ever see me do on beta is done with completely default frames. No add-ons whatsoever. Everything is done with incredibly base stuff. Rez, is there a checkpoint here?
Why did Nurajin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until we get to the
Yep,
root of
it
the
actually
matter.
works.
Follow me.
I can see that, hell. I don't mind it, though. That's kind of how I play, so I don't mind being competitive. I just have to keep up.
That not natural. And the energy flowing into it. This is heck.
Yeah, he's typing in party chat a lot, but I don't mind it. I like being competitive, too. It's just challenging me. On a healer, I wouldn't say I'm super comfy with Totemic because Totemic can do big HPS. It's tuned... I don't know. I don't know if it feels rewarding or not. I honestly can't tell if I like it or dislike it. On one hand, I like the fact that I have a kick. So, at the moment, when I actually play the season, if I would like to be competitive, I have to get add-ons. It's not really a question. Like, you will play with add-ons. On beta, when my IO doesn't really matter, I don't need them. But if I want to be competitive on retail, I will need them. Not a huge fan of that, but it is a fact. We're the only healers to have a kick. Speaking of having a kick in-game, yeah, what's up, Zarkin? Hey, Juice. Do, 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 do. I gotta heal this off. What's up, Zarkin? It's simply not, yes. I know. I would like Blizzard's UI to be as good. I do think that UI is often used as kind of a crutch, but I also don't think that people realize how powerful weak auras are because most people, and I said this in the podcast, and I maybe should have clarified this. Oh, thank you, Zarkin. Yes, correct. Yeah, you can always do the exclamation and link it. So I clarified this in the podcast, but I think that people misunderstood when I said most people don't actually use weak auras. Because people were like, that's not true. I use weak auras. No, most people don't use the high key weak auras, which is a massive, massive, massive difference. The high key weak auras are really gated and not widely spread up. They're not like Relo's Mythic Plus weak aura. That's like a base thing. The high level weak auras are insanity of what they'll do. They literally tell you in 3 seconds, press your button. They actually play the game for you. But most people don't have those set up because they're like a strong competitive advantage and people make them even for their own team. They're not easy to find. So people don't realize that because like in the Paladin pull on Priory, you have weak auras that actually tell you Astral Shift in 3, and you just play, okay, you press Astral Shift in 3 seconds, and then it will say Stone Bulwark Totem in 2 seconds. And it will come up at the exact time you need it. That is insane. Does that make sense, though? But you don't have you're not playing with that weak aura. Your definition of a weak aura is, I see that the trash ability is casting. That's a basic one. So that's not really an example of what people really talk about when they're talking about the higher key stuff. I don't even have all the add-ons that high key players have because I didn't push into plus 21s this season. Like, I didn't go as high as I could have. I have no idea what's ninja pulling right now. I am able to heal all the incoming damage, though, so Totemic feels at least okay. I still ranked it so low on my tier list because Farseer feels worse. Maybe with the Apex change, you get free Storm Stream every 30 seconds instead. But I still don't know. Weak auras actually play the game. Yeah, exactly. So you're not... The weak auras that just tell you, you know, you want to heal and see stuff correctly and smoothly because no one cares if you're able to heal without them. Yes, correct. Yeah. If I ever... So, for example, remember when I was playing my Prez before and I couldn't dispel? So we had deaths in the Windrunner until I, like, got a little bit better at it. That doesn't benefit anyone. And if that key wasn't technically resilient, then I'd be trolling not having the proper setup for it. You know? Because the base UI wasn't letting me bind my Dispel until I fixed it. So that's a problem. But what would I actually say the base UI is lacking? That's a good question. I don't think I'm the right person to ask about this. You want to know why? I've always been pretty minimalistic when it comes to this stuff. In general, I just try to play the game, and that ints me sometimes, but I'm giga looking forward to it. I think that somebody like me gets benefited by all of the changes happening in Midnight. I do think it... I wonder how it'll affect the general player base. But for me, I only get benefited. I only gain from the changes that are happening because I already use less UI support and customization than other people use. Is clutter... I would say... What's up, Beef Father TV? Bro, can I tell you something that is genuinely so exciting, Mr. Beef Father? Let me tell you. So my dad is visiting Thailand soon. Next week, in fact. 1 week from now. And you know what he said to me? He said, hey, it's your birthday. I'd like to get you something. I said, I don't really need anything, but thank you. And he said, I'm going to get you A5 Wagyu beef. For your birthday, let's make steaks. And I was like, oh, never mind. Turns out I need something after all. Have you ever had an A5 proper Wagyu steak? This is like the premium. Holy, I'm so excited. Because I eat a lot of steak. And I've just never really experienced the... I'm really curious. Like, I've never had it before. I've always wondered, is it really that much better? I've never had the opportunity, and I'm genuinely curious. With how much steak I eat, it's surprising that I've never had it, and that sounds very exciting, you know? Yeah, I've heard only, you know, it melts in your mouth, that you can cut it with a fork, like, I don't know what that means. But that sounds great. I have a feeling this next boss is not going to go well. This is a terrible pug boss. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Anyways, I saw your name. Weak aura is low will help me get back at least 10 FPS. So again, I'm excited for all the weak aura changes, specifically because same perspective. Wagyu isn't that great. It's mostly fat. I mean, that doesn't sound bad. Like it being mostly fat, isn't that a good thing? You cook it properly. What this song? I question whether Resto Shaman is an example of fun healer gameplay right now. I don't have a good answer for you. Has anyone played Resto Shaman on beta? It's not that different. It's not that different from live Resto Shaman. It's not that different. Like it is, but it isn't. Like it's kind of the same spells without. I'm trying to decide. You just have way. I mean, you don't gain master of the. You don't gain master of the elements, tidal waves, this, that, or the other. There's basically no proc. I mean, you are. I'm very undecided on how I feel about it. The other healers, I think I have a good time on. But this one, I can't tell if it's engaging enough. I, in general, am a huge believer that healing and tanking should just not be that hard. Like, I actually think, like, challenge is good, but hard is not good. Because you don't want your healer or your tank to ever feel bad. Holy shit, guys. No, not like this. Not like this. That's not how you do this boss. I knew this boss was going to go poorly, but I didn't expect it to go this poorly. Dude, 3 stacks at the very end is insane. I'm glad I was somehow able to heal that. But I wanted to hold my healing tide for next. I don't have any mana problems, so that part's fairly alright. Yeah, you don't chain... Well, I don't press chain heal at all. You actually don't press chain heal literally at all. Okay, so this boss is 2, then 2, not 3. Can't do 3 stack like that. I can heal it, but not 3. Chain heal is tied to totemic. I mean, so you have it passively, but you don't press it actively anymore, literally at all. If you're trying to chain heal, your HPS will be in the bin. All right, the DPS don't know how to do this boss. I am kind of okay to abandon. I'm actually alright with that. He said don't vote. Honestly, I think the healing tank should have a few entry levels. So I like the fact that Resto Shaman is an entry level healer. I'm just... You literally left click, right click. Like, I can't express to you that you left click, right click, and you press your totems. You can weave in a cap totem and a kick. That's it. You just left click, right click. And you can game Spirit Walker's Grace and your healing tide, I guess, on some mechanic. Like, it's just maybe missing one thing. The other healers feel good. They're at least... Not sure, though. It's fine. I'm chilling. Just need 2, 3 and get hit by those. Yes. They could buff chain heal by a lot. I'm learning, no problem. I like the fact he said he's learning. Let me think about it. My thought process in general for keys, okay? I'm constantly thinking about how I can motivate more people to tank and more people to LOL. I'm constantly thinking about how I can motivate more people to play the game. WoW needs new players. Tuning aside, do the healers feel good to play? Yes. Yes. This being maybe the weirdest one. But actually, yes, Zerid. Healers do feel good to play right now. But basically, I'm always thinking, not from my perspective. And seriously, and not from my perspective, simply because, like, I'm going to game either way. I like this game. I'm chronically addicted to this game. Resto Shaman being one of the... Just... So Quezzle... No. And here's the reason why. Put it this way. You play Fellowship. How many specs does Fellowship have? You have Mako. You have... How many things total are there in Fellowship right now? No? The reason I ask is this. So... Break it down for me. Right now in World of Warcraft, there are going to be 40 specializations, which is fucking wild. It's insane. 40 specializations is a lot. There are still, however, only 7 healers, 6 tanks. There's 2 tanks, 2 healers, 5 DPS. Each has 3 legendaries. Okay. So here are the talent builds for WoW, and we have legendary... Well, we have tier sets in WoW. All right. Yeah. The main issue that they're encountering is that going into midnight, they decided to make everything simpler, which was unbelievably necessary and good for the game. 100% good decision, actually. Now, their execution of it may be a little off, but in general, good. You can't argue that it was bad. Yes, defensive first set. Purge them. Purge 1 or 2 early. Yeah, you can do this. If you're gonna do this pull, let me lock it. He wants to do a pull for science. If he's gonna do this, the Hexer is here. I'll get the first kick. Okay. You can technically do this with boss. Don't take aggro from him. Okay, so the main thing that WoW struggled with is how do you simplify the game and make it accessible without ruining the identity of the specs that you're trying to change? That is the real problem. So you need to make the game accessible, but not actually ruin. Hold on, let me like hard focus here. This is going to be a shit ton of healing, which I can do, no problem. We did desync them, so that's actually fine. I'm locked in for just a second, and then I'll get back to this. Because I have a really good take here, and I don't want to ruin the take by being distracted. Preferably in my downpour, but if not, no problem. Okay, that's not that bad, actually, if you have damage. Good. Wash my tank for a second. Prep the healing. Totem here. You don't even have water totem mastery anymore, right? So I can't get CDR on my totems, I'm pretty sure. Much better. So the tank's supposed to drag over. This boss is going to kill so many pugs. It's unbelievable. Honestly, this is going to be the end of your pug keys, this boss. This is going to be like the worst boss to heal. There's 3. Holy. I'm doing it. I'm at 120k HPS. Look, Mom, I'm doing it. Look, Mom, I'm doing it. Break the shield. I did it. Look, Mom, I'm doing it. Break the shield, please. Yeah, that was perfectly timed. I'm at 120k HPS right now, which is the highest I've done on any boss, because we messed up. Basically, there are 4 different dots, and you have to coordinate getting 2 of them when your healer actually has cooldowns and not outside of it. So you have to go 2 and then 2, but your pugs are going to go 3, 4, 7, 8, and 9. So it's basically Jover. Because you only want to hit 2 of these at once. Not all of them. That's over. Hold up. Totem here. Try to proc, try to proc, try to proc, try to proc. Don't proc, don't proc, don't proc, don't proc. Please, 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 please. Holy fuck. I am logging this. Stormstream, perfect. Oh, I should have... You know what I can do? You can hold Stormstream a little longer. Just so it really covers what you actually need it to cover. Okay, wait, I got another proc. That's good, that's good, that's good. You just send another one, like, right now, basically. Just hold it for a second. Okay, here. Okay. Triple Totem. Spearwalker's Grace. Okay. This boss has made me feel like at least there is some version of there is some complexity to this. I had to game this because we have another 2 stacks right now, so everybody's about to die. But you know what? It was good while it lasted. That is not how you do this fight. That's not good. We have to break the shield. I might be able to... Hold on, let me lock in. Oh, healing type, right? Just so we can get past this. I need this log now. We have to win. Stormstream. Perfect. Okay, so basically... Downpour. Downpour. Totem. You know this does ramping damage, right? Stormstream. Holy shit. Easy. I'd like to use this as a formal application that Resto Shaman is not actually that bad right now. This will be my formal application. 109k HPS. That, with respect, that's my formal application right there. That Resto Shaman is not actually bad. But maybe playstyle-wise, I couldn't rank it that highly. Holy. Healing in WoW, as I talked about in the podcast, when I was talking to Mad Skills and LB in the podcast that I was on, one of the things I really talked about, and we focused on, and I don't think we have an answer for this, how do you make healing feel really good? What is the best iteration of healing in WoW? I can tell you what it is for tanking, and I can kind of tell you what it is for DPS. But healing is the only role in World of Warcraft, just in gaming, just in general, that is completely variable. Like, because the hunter, for example, he said, am I doing the boss wrong? He's learning. Yes. Which makes my life significantly harder. Like, I did 109k there, right? What's interesting is that in a higher level key with coordination, I would actually only have to do 80k. So I had to do 30% more healing because my group did not understand the mechanic, right? That's variable, though. That changes based on who I'm playing with. Whereas as a tank, it's the same fight every time. I hope my healer can watch me when I need it. But does that make sense? Same fight every time. I think it's the only role that is actually variable like that. The goal technically is to min-max so that you can greed more damage globals by healing less. However, how do I say this? In Midnight, that feels like less the case, by the way. In Midnight, that doesn't feel as straightforward. Unorthodox HPS directly proportional. Yeah, exactly, Quezzle. So HPS, especially in WoW right now, is directly to like that right there. That's not a healing issue. That's a he stood in a puddle that he couldn't see mechanic. And whether or not I have to heal this depends on if somebody gets an interrupt. If no one gets the interrupt, I have to heal more, and he has 2 stacks, so I dispel. But if these interrupts go off, I have to think I'm going to heal extra right now, whereas in a coordinated group, I'd be able to sit there and cast my chain lightning damaging abilities. Did we use a defensive? Because look, I'm alive right now, even though I have aggro on these bats. And that's because I use the defensive because I've done this dungeon before, right? Oh, what's up, Mr. J Color and / or anyone else? Do you know why I called you that? If you do, you're cool, and if you're not, that's okay. But if you did understand that reference immediately, you're cool. What does make healing feel really good? We couldn't figure it out, because if you make healers too powerful, then one of the problems becomes... Okay, let me put it this way. If you make healers too powerful, then they have to make it so that the damage intake is so high, because every one of your heals, and you have so many cooldowns, that you can ping-pong health bars from 10% to 100% for 10% to 100%. Now, I live in Thailand, so I understand the allure of ping-ponging. But ping-ponging health bars is not actually fun gameplay, necessarily. They took away healing cooldowns to try and give it more of a baseline. Like, you're supposed to actually have more thorough puts instead of more cooldown-dependent spike healing, but the damage doesn't feel less spiky. I think that one of the best feelings as a healer is when you can see that somebody's about to die because they're about to make a mistake or 2 casts are going to go through, and then you can external them, and you're just like, holy omega giga, you just saved them. That feels amazing. What is he doing? Wait, what did he just say he's doing? All to drummer. Oh my god. Alright. Can we do this? Okay. Keep in mind, I have to heal right now. Okay, I'm just gonna have to drop tide. Like, right now, I don't want to waste my cooldown before the boss, but since the hunter's out of range, not in my downpour, I have to send this. If I don't send it, then we're gonna die. But in a coordinated group, I could hold on to this for boss, so it wouldn't be as bad. So what makes healer feel good is consistent healing. I personally think that rot damage, like that was 3 stacks there. If I had technically dispelled instantly, I would have saved him, but I wasn't expecting that, because you're not supposed to take any stacks. Yeah, so an example being Grim Batol is the best example of this ever. Grim Patrol is a returning dungeon. It's a Wrath of Lich King dungeon. But basically, what happens there is the very first boss is a complete rot fight. You are actually challenged on HPS at even at a modest key level. You will have to do a lot of healing. Pure, raw HPS. It's not a lot of spiky damage. There's like 1 or 2 instances in the fight where that happens. I like it. I love that. That's actually very fun for me. Every healer I play has to have a plan for it and game. I not only have to coordinate my cooldowns, but I also have to respond and just basically do a good job. Manage my movement, manage my mana, and heal. But I feel like a healer. Like, I feel like that feels good. Okay. So that's my opinion on it. The next fight, however, is the exact opposite. There's no damage, very little damage, until a massive damage amp phase, when all of a sudden there's a large burst of AoE damage, 3 kicks that need to happen, and 2 decurses, especially if there's no kicks. And 8 seconds later, there's another burst of damage, so everybody needs to be topped immediately. Or, congratulations, everybody's dead. So now you just need massive healer cooldowns to deal with this. And the idea is you only need burst healing for 8 seconds every 60 seconds. I don't think that's as fun. Because now what happens is you can't save people, especially when they're taking extra damage during this. Okay, let me focus a bit. Yeah, in general, I feel like healers are the most masochistic role in World of Warcraft. In general. Not like 100%, but I definitely hear an argument that healers are particularly into CBT. What's up, Acid? Hey, Tiny Tusk. Okay, we're about to wipe on this boss, and that is okay. Happy New Year, Acid. I hope you have a fantastic 2026. You're the only one on my time zone. When I was saying Happy New Year yesterday, I was going and saying Happy New Year to people, and I was like, it's still in the past for everybody. It hasn't happened yet. And all of a sudden, I was like, Acid's on. You're the only one in my time zone. Well, hey, G-Fo. Hey, Aggie. Happy New Year. I'm in your time zone, too. Oh, you are, Lona. You're right. Well, you weren't on. You weren't streaming. Well, that boss should not be that hard to heal, as another example of this. I'm curious, though. Like, I just want... I'm going to play the game regardless. I like the game. So I know myself. I'm going to play. That being said, how can I get more people to be interested in healing? What could I do to... What could the game change to make more people interested? Yeah, not New Year for me yet, but now it is. Did you guys get to see cool fireworks? I like fireworks. I don't know if they're good for like dogs and cats in the environment or whatever, but they're very pretty. I like lights. I like big flashing lights though. You call so cool fireworks in game. How did you spend your New Year's, G-Phil? What'd you do? 'Cause noise. I am a very noise-sensitive person, and for me in Bangkok, it actually sounds pretty much... What actually happens in Bangkok is it sounds like the entire city is Chicago. Like, it's pretty wild, actually. It's like insane how many fireworks go off, because it's a little bit less illegal here. So, like, everyone is setting off fireworks, and the entire city just explodes. Morgan's at a New Year's, though. That's actually really cool. I do love in-game celebrations. Nothing will ever beat WoW in-game weddings. WoW in-game weddings are omega gigabis, like, wholesomeness and everything. Okay, heal everybody up, heal everybody up. Don't take extra damage. Don't take extra damage. I literally slept into the New Year. Did you? I'm old now. I was asleep. I wanted to sleep early. Oh man, I think it's so funny. I was like kind of struggling to stay up. In fact, I'll get the last one to min-max. Oh, okay. I'm even older than me. That's true. Get here, get here, get here, rogue. I need to heal you. Yeah. You've yet to go to one of those, an in-game wedding. I went to bed at 8:30. Damn hell. Somebody in here got to get married. All right, we got to make G-Fo's dreams come true. Who wants to get married? Hey. So here, let me make a plan for this. In Midnight, depending very much on what tank you're playing with and what dungeon you're doing. Resto Shaman, I can heal this key, but I could also heal it on my Holy Priest. I can't tell how I feel about Resto Shaman. I still want to rank it pretty low. It's not... It's, like, not the worst numerically, you know? Hey, Ayahuasca. Wait a second. Is that you, Muzz? Muzz, is that you? There's a dude, I don't know if you've changed your Twitch name, but he is a character in game, a shaman, and his shaman's name is Ayahuasca. Or are you just a shaman in real life? Stop even saying you're. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and it's more of a joke because I'm starting to realize a little bit.
We will always be looking over our shoulders at the Vile Branch. Come back with me. The chief be having a
No, first time here. Oh, it just so happens that you're like that. Gotcha. All right, there you go. Yeah, I'm not actually old. It's just I looked much younger at the beginning of this year, and my life has changed so much in 2025. Beginning of last year, excuse me, that I just feel unbelievably older. But it's definitely a joke. Like, I don't mean it as seriously. I feel pretty youthful. I just don't feel like if I watch a video that has too many edits. Sorry. If I watch a video that is like too many like video edits, then my eyes get a little blurry, and my eyes hurt now after doom scrolling for too long. As I'm on Instagram, you know, I'm just like, oh, my eyes. So I do feel a little older. I'm not actually that old. The second boss here will be a pug killer, but what you actually have to do is the second boss. There are four shades that come out, right? When the shades cross each other and meet the boss, everybody gets a stack depending on how many shades hit. So basically, you get 2 shades hit the boss. The tank's supposed to be to the left. So I don't have world markers up right now, but basically on this boss, 4 shades spawn. Tank goes to one side. 2 people cross. There's a big HPS dot. So if you take a look at the healing on that fight, massive HPS. Lot of healing on this fight. Probably one of the hardest fights to heal in the beta. Okay. 2 dots, but it's a stacking dot and it lasts for like 2 seconds. Not a lot. But if you take 3 shades, then you get 3 dots, and it's impossible. So 2, wait, 2. Tank's supposed to go to one side. The 2 people on that side, they cross, waits, cross. So you get 2 and then 2. Much easier. What we did there was we did 2, and then before the dot actually fell off the party, we did 3. So then we refreshed it, and there were 3 stacks, which was near impossible to heal. There are 2 sets, and then there's a shield phase in the middle. The shield phase in the middle has pulsing AoE damage. Which group should touch first? I think it's going to be a pug killer boss, specifically because how do you coordinate who goes first? That's the hard part. It's probably just going to be when you go to the side, whoever has the lines, you might call it in like a hierarchy or ping, maybe. But it's definitely going to be a pug killer boss because it's tuned very highly. I would expect maybe like a small nerf to it, maybe coming up because, ow. I think that's actually some of the most HPS I've done on this though. Or if they're close, I think it's the closeness because you can kite it eternally. By the way, yo, what's up, DPS? I could see that you were a good tank. I'm not the best at Shaman. I was pretty happy with how I healed the second boss here, but this is going to be one of those dungeons that has a big difference between whether people have done it or know it versus not. And specs will make it feel very different. Like, there are some specs that can help me on the healing absorbs or not. And Shaman Still can't decide if I like it or not. But it's true. Yazan is true. I'm not that old. I'm 28, but I'm turning 29 in, it's January 1st. 17 days. I'll be 29. So if you think about it like this, I am closer to 50 years old than I am to 0 years old. So I am getting older. You know, 10 years younger than you. Yeah, but we know age is just a number. At the end of the day, what is age anyways, except a very good predictor of most things in your life. All right, what do you want to do next? Yo. Age doesn't matter except for cheese. Ooh. You want to hear something really funny? It's not going to be nerf for sure. Yeah. Tell that to your back. What are we doing? 16 Spire with Nesmo. DPS, if you want to add me, go for it. I'll be playing different things. So's on a game. Be back. So's is back. DPS, are you doing any more? I'm down to do some like higher routes, and So's can heal or DPS. Heal or DPS. I'm just playing whatever. What should I play next? I have no particular thing I want to test today, to be honest. Heal, I think. Okay, so I'll play DPS, Warlock, or Mage, or Dev Evoker. Here, I'll put a poll. You tell me. All right, so I'm DPSing. What DPS to play? I could play Frost Mage, Dev Evoker, Aflock, Demo Lock. Those are the 4 DPS that I would want to play in a maybe hierarchy-ish. Yo, Happy New Year, Savina. All right, So's is healing. I'm playing a DPS. Not sure which one yet. And I have to unpin that, by the way. I got premium ice cream for myself. There's some in the freezer right now, but I have to resist eating it. Yeah, who's voting? What flavor? So I got mint chocolate chip, vanilla, and chocolate chip. But normally what I've been doing, because inflation sucks, basically, I've been buying McDonald's sundaes when I want ice cream because it used to be that I could get 4 quarts of ice cream from Swenson's for basically like $12. And now it's $15 for 3 quarts of ice cream. Is that completely unreasonable? No, it's like $5 for a quart. Pretty fair. It's not like I can't afford it for any reason. It's just, personally, I take that as an offense that you get so much less for more money, and I'm just like, oh, that doesn't make sense. It's ice cream. So I don't like that. And I took that personally, so I don't buy from them anymore. I don't know why I'm stubborn on the ice cream front. Everything else is fine. But that is the issue. Should be a crime to make... yeah. Just make ice cream yourself at home. Which is actually something you can do. Wait, what was the poll? Aflock. Aflock won. All right. I was not expecting Aflock to win that poll. I'm not going to lie. Cool. People vote Aflock. That's what we're playing. You know, I said I was going to play Prot Warrior and Pally today, and I ended up playing VDH and Resto Shaman. All right. Just got past that. Dude, Happy New Year, Savina. Thanks for saying hi. Here's the 2026. Let's make it fun. Okay. Do we want to do 16 So's? 16 Spire? Or like 15s? Or what key level do you want to do So's? I see Nesmo in here. He'll probably take us if we apply. But I don't know. 16 Spire could be hard. Yo, what's up, Purple? Purple, you want to come? One game? 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 Hey, Firma. Firma, this has absolutely no bearing on your name whatsoever, but my brain, I just say whatever connection I've made. Question for you. Do you remember Zatch Bell? Or Zach Bell, depending on how you pronounced it? Another one of those things that actually vaguely, when you think back to your life, feels like a fever dream, but isn't a fever dream. It's a real show. Do you remember this? It was good, too. Does anybody remember Zatch Bell? Right. It feels way more ancient. It's not actually that ancient. It just feels more ancient than it actually is. For some reason, your name reminds me from Adigo. I don't know why, but it reminds me of Zatch Bell. Unsure why. No idea. Gonna be hard to find a beta tank if Mr. DPS Damage does not want to do any more. I don't mind playing AF. AF is not... I would... If I really wanted to min-max my damage on AF, I'd have to go craft rings and stuff. Which I don't have made right now. It's not the hardest thing to do. I'm down for 15s. I'm down for Terrace, but I only like it when Souls takes Terrace, because Souls has a good route for Terrace, and otherwise it's not that fun. Cavern, Spire... Spire? You want to just go... I think 16 Spire would be hard. No joke. One or more group members currently offline. He and a key at the moment? Okay. How long? No problem. We could wait a little. Yeah, that's fine. We can give him a second. No problem, no problem, no problem. I think it's like middle of the key. Okay, about 10 minutes. That's fine. We can wait 10 minutes. No problem. 20 minutes. That's okay. We can do it. Chilling. Okay. Last time I asked this question, people were telling me about Blue Bell. What's the best ice cream? Hit me with it. Best ice cream you've ever had. What is it? Do you eat ice cream? Yeah, of course I eat ice cream. What do you mean, do I eat ice cream? Ice cream or okay, well, I've had frozen yogurt, and frozen yogurt it gets a bad rep. Like, frozen yogurt's fine, but ice cream is what I eat. I like calories and sugar and fat. Those are the best things. You add all that together and you have a match made in heaven. Or hell, depending on your preference. Triple chocolate magnum ice cream. Tiny Tusk. Normally when people say triple and magnum in the same sentence. I don't know how you could just swap from heal to DPS class. Oh, I do it every key DPS. I swapped to tank too. To be fair, people like me and Soz, we have been playing beta now for 40 days. Soz, how comfy you feel in these keys now? Soz also does this. But it's rare to meet a true multi-classer in WoW. Yeah, we played a lot. It's weird to meet a true multi-classer. And to be fair, there are some things I don't play at a... I can play decent, but not like really, really good. Just decent. Just good. And I know my limitations. So as example, Resto Shaman, it took me a key or two to get better at it. And even at the end, I could have been playing even better because I'm not a Resto Shaman main. I'm just enjoyer of it. Or if I play Aflock, like right now, it won't be that good. But here's my beta screen as we're waiting for Soz's friend. I show you. Look. These are the characters I have tried thus far. Guardian Druid, Balanced Druid, Resto Druid, Prot Pally, Holy Paladin, Prot Warrior. I haven't played Arms or Fury. All right. Blood and Unholy. Haven't played Frost. Yes. No. So if we were doing like push keys, I'd have to stay only on the things I'm better at. Right? We have Bull VDH, Mage, Warlock, Evoker, Monk, Shaman, Priest. That's it. I haven't tried. There's like a few DPS I haven't tried yet. But yeah, my goal for beta was to get logs for everything. That's what I wanted. I wanted to actually play everything and all the hero talents too if I could. But like, so there are some healers I'm less good at. So if you, yeah, did you see my UI? Pet goes up soon. All right. Did you see my UI? Yup. Yup. Base UI. No add-ons. Limited cooldown manager. Don't look at my UI. I'm playing with 0 add-ons. I know. Yeah, and I click half my shit too. That's my UI. Oh, look at that. It's a beauty. Look at that beautiful UI. Wow. That's a nice UI right there. Beautiful. Webcam full screen, you'll get more viewers. Something I was thinking about doing for 2026, by the way, is getting a better webcam. Yes, keybinds are not important. You have to set up a new character. I know it sucks. Finally downloaded. Ooh, nice, Lona. Happy New Year. Oh, Happy New Year, Mark. I missed that, sorry. I love the honesty of your streams. Thanks. Bro, I'm glad you like the honesty of my streams because I can't help but be honest. I think it gets me into trouble more than it helps me. Me, dude. I think it gets me into trouble a lot. Kitty, how, on a scale of 1 to too much, how honest am I? It's pushing it. You should see me at family dinners. So here's the problem with my webcam. Out of curiosity, is that pixelated to you? Both. I'd say real life in general. I feel like when the camera gets big, I think it's pixelated. Like, I think it's a good camera, but I feel like it could be better. Yes. I don't know. I feel like I could use a slightly better camera. Yup. Yeah, oh well. Thank you, Virgil. Oh, Kitty. Check my latest TikTok. This is ridiculous and should not exist. It's banned that it is doing so well. It's hilarious. You on digital camera? Oh, that sounds complicated. That sounds like something that would be better suited if I was younger. It sounds like I'm too old for that, Tiny Tusk. That sounds technologically challenging, I'm not gonna lie. Is the blur you're seeing from OBS? Maybe. It also sounds expensive. That true. Yeah, that too. Do you think so, MRT? Alright, what was I playing for this? I played Aflock, right? Yeah, we'll play Aflock. I really wish that I could ask Arson, did we need a tank? Ask Soz what his friend is playing. Is Guardian Druid slower on beta? Yes, it's much slower on beta. Could we Twitch bitrate? Possibly. I mean, I multi-stream as well, so maybe that affects it. Unsure. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. Most of the time, if not all the time, I just turn on stream and just send it. That's my genuine perspective on streaming. And I don't think people really realize that sometimes. I actually just straight up, I'm just like, I just don't really think about it too much. I just sort of hit go live and then I hang out with people. And somehow people like my stream, which is cool. But god damn it, I don't put nearly as much effort as other people do into the back end of stuff. I feel sometimes like I should try harder, but every time I think about trying harder, I'm like, I could be playing WoW right now, so then I play WoW. It happens pretty consistently like this. I'm like, oh, I should make like this really cool thing, and I'm like, eh. Like, I just wanna play the game. I just wanna play game. Do do do. Do 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 do. Ba, ba, bam, ba, ba, boom. So, who's your friend and who's coming? What role are they playing? Are they tanking or what are we doing? Do 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 do. Do you macro iron for anything else when you play bear? Okay, so when we're talking about Guardian, here, let me go on my Guardian rant. Hey, Guardian has changed a lot, and it is probably the only thing that I might be, other than Resto Shaman, as I was saying, I'm a little bit iffy about the Guardian Druid changes, mostly because I'm not sure they reflect what the actual player base wants. So, Guardian is more complicated. You can't macro iron for anymore. It will make you less tanky. There is a build, if you're really set on this, there is a build, it will do approximately 40% less damage. A lot, not a little. You will do significantly less damage, but if your heart desires Thrash macro iron for gameplay as a Loon's Chosen, you can. It is acceptable. You are allowed to do it. This is a no Apex, no Raise talent build. It does exist. I have tested it. You can tank. It is less than ideal. But technically speaking, you can do it. So that's number one. But basically, let's say you're trying to min-max your Guardian Druid. Hey, Akuma. Then you have Raise, and ping on beta feels kind of high. I always play with 200 plus ping, so I'm used to it, but it does feel like a much slower gameplay, where effectively, you're going into a pack, even as a Loon's Chosen with Lunar Beam, and you're kind of going 1 iron for Raise, 1 iron for Raise, right? It is livable. Like, it's quite tanky, so's. Yeah, it's tanky. It just doesn't do very competitive damage, which can be tuned. It's tanky because of the new talent with under Reinvigoration. The natural resilience talent is insane. Unbelievable 25% HPS increase, but you don't play Loon's Favored, though. No, you still play Raise. I'm almost positive he was playing Raise in 17. You still play Raise. I mean, if he wasn't, I'd be kind of shocked. Maybe for like, even as Lunar Bear, you play Raise. You just don't spam it as much because Raise without the Apex talent and Killing Blow is kind of eh. So Guardian Druid is slower. It's a bit more intentional. It's a no-go. While we're waiting, I could show you. Any plans? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'll play Guardian regardless because I just like it. People have been asking me what my favorite tank is on beta, and it's still Guardian. Like, Guardian is the tank of choice because it just fits my playstyle perfectly. It's exactly how I want to play the game. There are a lot of Guardians who are very excited about this, though. Right now on live, yes. If you ask the Guardian Druid Discord, they will vehemently tell you no, and I strongly disagree with this, and I very much think the answer to that question is absolutely you should. There is one reason, two, really, if you want to get into it, why you shouldn't macro Iron Fur, and there is a very, very easy solution. Cool? All you have to do is have a mangle, so you macro Iron Fur, just have a mangle that isn't macroed somewhere on your action bar. So if you ever need to B-res, you just hit mangle. Boom, done, problem solved. The problem with macroing Iron Fur is maybe you don't have enough rage to B-res. You dummy? Yeah, for sure. We're waiting for your friend, right? How big is the difference? So Lunar Bear is, at the end of the day, Lunar Bear might be tankier. What do you macro? Everything. Thrash and Mangle would be enough, but Thrash and Mangle. And the reason you macro it is because your stats are so high, your rage gen is so high, and in fact, you get more damage out of Thorns of Iron, you get more CDR on your Incarn, and you're just tankier. Yeah. So macroing it on live is in general, almost positive, like fully positive experience for everyone. don't have a problem with B-res if you just put a mangle on your bar. It's very simple to overcome. Okay, so the main things that have changed with Bear is the fact that the Apex talent is kind of wild and also still bugged. Killing Blow is this extra thing where you want extra rage on your raise. There is a build that does not path through this, but it's weird. All right, this is the biggest talent that changes how you play a little bit. No Thorn of Iron in this. This is actually the bigger talent. So, when I go into a pack as a Lunar Bear, I'm thinking still the main thing I have to do is keep a DR up of some kind. I have a Guardian Druid guide for Season 3. It will change a little bit. I will obviously still make Guardian Druid content because it's my favorite tank, and I'll play it. If I was going to play one tank, it'd be this. I am hopeful that they're going to tune it. But effectively, as I walk in, I still bark, and I'm building. There's one big reason that Guardian Druid feels so much slower. Incarn currently does not reduce the cooldown of Mangle and Thrash. That is actually the biggest downside. It's quite a big DPS loss and survivability loss, by the way. Like, Incarn not reducing this is kind of wild. So, when they fix that, that'll be kind of nice. This is not currently fixed. This doesn't work. And the Apex talent is still bugged. So you can't actually mangle thrash, whereas you were supposed to be able to mangle thrash during Incarn. The Apex talent, when you hit it, it basically gives you a echoed raise, which is Giga Omega Dam. And also big shielding through this, though. How do the defensive layers on Guardian work? Okay, so Guardian right now is in a bit of a weird spot. Do you spam Iron for a raise? Neither. It's supposed to be a decision that you make. So, for example, most of the time the answer is 1 Iron Fur and then raise. Most of the time, right? Does not macro abilities. I have a broken few mouse. Yeah, well, I mean, so you can, and if you like Bear Tank, and I've had it on mouse wheel for a long time, and I can tell you, I straight up, I mouse wheeled forever, and I eventually just bit the bullet and macroed it, and I was like, yeah, my DPS went up by like 0.5%. Like I like gained a percentage of DPS because no matter how good you are, you will waste rage on retail right now. So the idea is that I'm going to rotate. I have 1 Iron Fur here with the build I'm playing, and the next one would be Raise after I build the Rage Bar, and this one is the Iron Fur. It'll have a second of overlap, but effectively I maintain 1 stack and this. The one thing that people don't understand about Iron Fur and armor cap in general is the fact that armor has diminishing returns very quickly. So for example, 0 stack Iron Fur, I take 41% physical damage. This is very loose math, but bear with me. Cool? Haha, see what I did there? So 40%. 1 Iron Fur is a 15% DR. Cool? 2 Iron Fur is now a 10% DR, and let's say I was to build a bunch of Rage. It's actually quite hard to do this. But let's say I was to get 1 stack, 2 stack, now I'm 3 stacks. Each additional stack is not as much as the one before. So there's a point where 5 stacks of Iron Fur only gives me a few percent extra DR. The reason you spam Iron Fur... Yeah, Iron Fur is not like... That's how it works. So, like, 1 stack is more important than the 4th stack. The first 2 are way more important than the last 3. If you didn't know that. These are the types of things I broke down on Patreon, by the way. Call me stupid, but you're going to have to explain that to me in this context missing. You're going to have to explain to me why that would... For physical DR and WoW, I'm trying to think. I math guess me occasionally, but you're going to have to explain that one to me. No, because it's not 10% DR at 40%. The first one is 15 to 20% DR. The third one is 10%. So you get diminishing returns. Wait, am I missing something here? Okay, so. Yeah. Wait a second. You're making me second guess myself. But you get... The more rage you spend, the more Incarn CDR you get. The more rage you spend, the more after the wildfire healing you get. The more rage you spend, it kind of feeds into a feedback loop of Bear, where you want to be spending as much rage as possible. The thing is that the rage gen is broken right now. So for example, the extra rage you consume from Raise does not currently reduce the cooldown of Ursock's Guidance, nor does it count for after the wildfire. Okay, that argument. I've heard this before, but nonetheless it has diminishing returns, so the percent is not equal. And also it's the same with no, it's not Worgen on retail. It's Worgen on beta because I'm allowed to be Worgen on beta. It's not actually Worgen on retail. I'm not allowed to be. I like Worgen. Worgen is like the classic. My Guardian was originally made as a Worgen, and then I got race pressured into changing it for Mythic Plus. So if I'm gonna play a beta cycle, I could be Worgen. Also, at the same as DRs in WoW, they don't apply to each other specifically. So for example, let's say I was to hit. Druid is pretty good against magic damage right now with the new talent. If you hit Bark Skin and Survival Instincts, you do not get a 100% DR because it's multiplicative. So, for example, Bark Skin is a 40% DR and Survival Instincts is a 60% DR. But if you hit both of these buttons, you do not get 100% because it's not 40% plus 60%. It's multiplicative. So the math there would be, what, 80%, right? You get diminishing returns on it, which is why you don't want to overlap all your cooldowns unless you absolutely need to. There are some pulls where you actually do need Incarn, Bark, plus Lunar Beam or something. But DR works like this. Shark Talent. This is a cook I was playing. Again, missing. Is what I'm saying making sense? I'm not always the best at explaining the math behind things, because that's not how I think about the game, but it's pretty sure I'm right on this. You're gonna have to clarify with me. What I'm saying makes sense, right? Like any tank that has several sources of a percentage damage reduction, if you hit both of them, they don't just give you both. You get less. Because it is multiplicative, not additive. Is that not the correct way to say it? They don't stack. They don't though. I'm like very sure. No. The DRs are multiplicative. The DR from Ironfur as a mechanic for Guardian Druid specifically is diminishing returns. You do get diminishing returns on Ironfur. As Ironfur mechanic. For tank mechanic, you get multiplicative math on the DRs for tank. These are two different conversations. But for Ironfur, it is diminishing returns. As in, the more you put into it, the less you get out of it. Okay. This is not my strong suit, because I'm pretty chill when I play the game, and I normally just kind of game. So I know these concepts for a while, but I don't do theory crafting, napkin math. I don't do the math. I kind of look at the Guardian Druid Discord, and I let them do it for me. Yeah. Why do you think getting 10% instead of 15? Ironfur. I think we're on slightly different pages here, missing, and that's okay. That's okay. This stuff is not intuitive whatsoever, and certainly does not make as much sense as they think it makes sense. For sure. But Thorns of Iron removed. So when you play Guardian, this is the build I was cooking. A lot of people have not been playing this build. They've been playing like this. This is how most people have been playing SOs. They've been playing through the survival of the fittest, and this, I swear that this is better. Personally, if I was going to play Guardian, I think this is better, personally speaking. He's over here. So this is what's interesting about Guardian right now, is that we have a lot of sources of DR. It's almost, you know what this feels like in many ways? In many ways, it feels kind of like retail Demon Hunter, where you have a lot of different sources of DR. So for example, as the pull gets going and your GG and your Moonfire spreads, you'll have 10% DR if you play through Scintillating. Cool? Why you get ripped? I was testing it for a key. It's not worth actually pressing after Pharaoh Frenzy. I'll show you in a second. That's not worth it. I was testing it. What are you going to do? I know, right? Hold up. So you got 10% DR here. As you're in a pull and your Thrash stacks, you also get 10% DR through Rend and Tear. So now you have 20% DR through this, but again, multiplicative. And then on top of that, you have other talents which affect this. And then you have shielding from Ursoc's Fury and natural resilience, on top of the fact that Bear just has a beefy health bar, and you still have things like Lunar Beam. Even if you're Druid of the Claw, you path through Lunar Beam to access GG. So Bear has many sources of mitigation. You have your Iron Fur, which is going to be physical mitigation, not magic, which is very important, by the way. There are some packs that do magic damage and will shred you through Iron Fur. Iron Fur is not enough to deal with it, because you're not playing Ursol's Warding. Really don't think you take this talent. Maybe there's a case for it, but it doesn't give you as much as you think. I think max it gives you is like 6%, 8%. But the thing is, you have to survive the pull. Kind of like Demon Hunter now. Oh, haha. So what you have to do is you go like this. As I'm walking in here, I have 40% DR through my bark skin. I probably won't die. I build my first stack of Iron Fur, but I'm still kind of squishy. Now I've popped my in card, plus this, I'm not going to die. And I'm going to use my Apex talent. I'm going to echo my Raise. The Raise echoes by itself. At least it was bugged before. So the Raise should echo by itself. Of course it doesn't. But the Apex talent echoes it, and then I maintain one stack of Iron Fur, and the rest of my Rage will go to Raise. But only when I'm at 60 Rage, because if I press it early, I lose out on a lot of damage through Killing Blow. So now I'm going to be filling with the Moonfire, Mangle, Thrash, even though I'm an Incarn, because the Incarn CDR and Mangle and Thrash is bugged. I do hope they fix that. It is a fundamental gameplay flaw if they don't. One stack Iron Fur. But my HPS and my mitigation is almost little from Iron Fur now. So there are many cases where I'm going to intentionally let this drop for a second, knowing that I'll be fine and I'm going to hit a Raise. There's a lot of cases like this, actually, though. He didn't play it? That's kind of wild. It's absolutely wild. Unless they've bugged it again, because that is crazy he wouldn't do that. Unless they bugged it again, which maybe for Lunar Bear I could kind of see it, though. 1 point of armor. Oh, boy. Armor is... Okay. Every tank has some... They kind of tune tanks through baseline armor. Guardian is technically the tank with the... Thinking about this. Guardian is the tank with the highest potential armor cap with full Iron Fur stacks. So if you build Rage, and I just get massive Rage in here, and I get full Iron Fur stacks, I can get up to like 80% physical DR. This is on retail. You can have like 12 to 15 stacks, though. So if you're not going to play the last Apex talent, though... You can take... Yeah? No, hold up. Oh, missing. But we were on the different pages because I was talking about Iron Fur. No. This is why I don't get into this math stuff, because I specifically stopped doing math after high school. I was actually always really good at it, but I specifically stopped doing math when the whole point of finishing high school was that I never had to do math again. I don't mind math. I actually like math, but specifically after I finished my schooling, I was like, this is great. Never have to do this again. What I do need to know is if they tell me it's 23 cents and I have 25 cents, how many cents am I supposed to get back from the grocer? That's what I really need to know. That's the critical information. If I pay $1 and I'm supposed to get like 3 cents back, but I'm bad at math and I accept 1 cent, then I'm losing money. So I gotta be good at math so I can do that. That's the important thing. But in terms of the specific value, does not change my rotational decisions. So if for example, I was like, I'm 2% off with my DR, I'm probably gonna live. I'm okay with being wrong with this. Does that make sense? In general, in World of Warcraft, if you have 80% DR, you do not need more DR. If you as a tank are dying through 80% DR, Blizzard has fundamentally messed up. And that is one of my problems, because right now there are some pulls where you will die through like 50%. You can have like 50, 60% DR and still die as a tank. Very much in some of these pulls. I'm a little iffy about that, whether that should be a thing. Like, you can literally, like, as a tank, you can actually hit your Incarn Lunar Beam and die. And then you can hit, like, this, and you can die, like, right now. Or let's say I get this up. I shouldn't die, but my health will be dropping rapidly through these big cooldowns here. Assign major, all you do is write. Life is funny. Ha, sometimes it is funny how it works out. At the start of 2025, I can tell you I thought my life was going to look very different. I went from being married to being divorced, and then this, and now all of a sudden I live in a house with 2 cats and 2 lizards. Life is pretty wild, man. Life is definitely wild. Okay, so Guardian becomes a tank where you have to figure out the gather a little bit. Gathering is still pretty friendly because you can just walk through and thrash, and none of your DR sources that I just talked about, except for your dodge, which is low right now because you don't have high crit, none of your DR sources depend on you facing the mobs. Yeah, I like my cats. They're really cute. If you like cats, you should definitely go. Like, look at this. They're fucking adorable. The only problem with the thing is I wanted to post this one video on the Insta yesterday, like 2 days ago, and I realized that in the clip, I was like training the cats, so they were doing really cute. They would like sit, and then they would like paw or whatever. But as I was training them, I had been talking about sex, so I was like, wow, unbelievably good at sex. Sit. And then I wanted to post that clip, so I had to put audio over it, so I didn't randomly talk about that. That was important. Good for me. So these decisions that I have to make as a Guardian, I don't know if that's good for the Guardian Druid community. I know a lot of bears are happy about it because they want more complexity, but now this has a lot of decision making. Can I tell you what I do as a prop pally, which is OP and awesome right now? Like this is the decision making I make on a pally. So same deal, I log into the pally and I'll show you this. And this is how I play Paladin. You ready? Riveting gameplay coming up. Yes. Hey, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Okay, here we go. I go over here, I go over to the target dummies, and then I go off the mount, and I go like this. Ha! I'm a blast! Wah! And I just hit shield the righteous judgment, shield the righteous judgment, shield the righteous judgment, Avenger shield, shield the hammer, consecrate to fill the global. Wah! Spam the buttons harder. Spam the buttons harder. Don't spend on Word of Glory unless you absolutely need to. Shield. That's Paladin now. So weirdly enough, Paladin is actually way more straightforward. I don't have to think about shit pretty much. It's like, oh, need a filler. Great. Or, oh, need a filler. I still have a lot of abilities. But baseline, I'm much tankier just from an actual baseline perspective. Think about the armor again. So I'm never going to get above this unless I'm just making sure I have actual strength things on. But the idea is that I have other sources of DR. Now, granted, I have less block chance, way less block than I used to. And on top of the fact that I have way less block chance than I used to, Consecrate only gives me the DR through the Sanctuary talent. So there are other factors, and I have much more trickle healing than I do on Bear, so my health bar is going to be kind of constantly pinging back up from this, but effectively, the decisions you make on a prop pally is Judgment the right global, or is Avenger Shield the right global? When do I cast Blessed Hammer, and when am I trying to do here? Does that make sense? So that it used to be that a very good paladin would very much understand, like, here I have to go exactly prop pally. So Soz is not wrong. That's exactly what you do on prop pally. And the best prop pally will be the one that hits 1, 2, 3 faster than the other prop pally. But there's no CDR anymore. There's no weird haste cap or even mastery cap that you have to get to. There's no arbitrary number. It's not 10,260 mastery without a shaman and 9,800 with a shaman. Yes, Soz, I know. I play the same way. But so what would separate Yoda's damage is tracking his bulwark and never overcapping on this through his Divine Toll and Divine Resonance, and you had all these interactions that you can start min-maxing on, but at a base level, Prot Pally walks into a pull, and as long as you don't overlap your Sacred Weapon and you just boom, 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 and you start absolutely clapping and spamming. You are a very spammy tank. You have things, the Shield the Righteous, you just spend all your holy power here. That's a new mistake to overcast Word of Glory as Paladin. It has a feedback loop of, like, if you need to, you press it, but it's actually a mistake to press it. Which is weird and kind of very counterintuitive because you see your health dropping and you think the right thing to do is to press Word of Glory a bunch, but actually it'll almost certainly take away from your tankiness and damage. Make sense? Yeah. And Warrior Mountain Thane is responding to Thunderclap procs, but it's effectively Shield Slam, Thunderclap, Shield Slam, Thunderclap. Rotationally, tanks are not that hard. But the problem is that that's not the problem with them. The problem with tanking is not rotation. It's the expectation and the pressure and the homework. Hey, yo, so what were we playing? I was playing Aflock, right? Ooh. And Pally has now technically there's nuance to that. Like Grand Crusader can reset shield if Judgment is off cooldown. It used to be that you had to have Judgment and shield on cooldown in order to hit Blessed Hammer to proc your Grand Crusader, and it used to be that you had a Divine Resonance weak aura so that you never overcapped on your Bulwark stacks, and it used to be there's all this stuff that it used to be. Oh, it's Illuminos. I'll heal. Ultra Tree, have to dip him. Wait, I'll heal. I can heal this. Cavern, 13. Oh, what do I want to heal on? What's the worst healer to play right now? Holy Priest. Yes. Holy Priest. I want Redemption. I'm playing Holy Priest. That's it. I've decided. You don't get to vote. That's mine. I'm playing Holy Priest. So, yeah, wait. So, did you want to heal? I can DPS. That's fine. Tell him I'm coming, though. I miss kicks as part of rotation now. Yeah, that is a weird thing that you're really incentivized to not hold your shield. Hey, Loomis is coming. Sure. I just saw him. So's coming. DPS. I play Holy. Should be fine. 13. I shouldn't have a problem playing Holy on 13, actually. Wait, did we just drop somebody? Purple, did we just drop you? Hold up. Yeah. Tis beta. Extra small world. Battlefest. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Dude, no one plays beta. There's fucking... No one plays beta, man. No, Purple, no! Because Souls is coming. Yeah, I'm in Petco's group. Who are you playing with, Souls? Wait, Souls, who are you playing? Oh, no, fuck, I dropped Souls too. Oh, because your friend was coming. God damn it. Oh, wait, hold up, Souls, take Purple. Not this group? Oh, shit. All right, take Purple then. You play with Purple. You do a key. I happen to get Petco's group. Wait. Can I